an empty fire. Like you're met you on the other side. Will you hold up a sign? So I see you on the other side. We live within the fire. Just kiss.
Happy Monday, everybody. Was this a bit strike? A bit striking me? What is going on? Welcome in. Whew. Fresh Celsius crack. Boy, oh boy, do I need it. There's new Alveus hype train emotes. Oh. Yes, because I think Maya's TED Talk is tomorrow too, which I'm really excited for. Can't wait to, we will be watching that, of course. Okay, wow, thanks for all the bits. Kate, Sam, Lugia, Sky, Anon, Witchley, Kaleidoscope, hi Jordan. Thank you also for the tier 1. Jalen, Captain Androck, thank you for the 4 months. Queen Witch, London Broly. Okay, I can't thank all the individual ones, but thank you. Luda, thank you for the 2 months. FK Violet, thank you for the 9 months. Mia, thank you for the 3 months. CL30, thank you for the 18 months. Snow Moon, thank you for the 9 months. Stranded Shiro, thank you for the 20. Zaya, thank you for the Prime. Soulbarth, thank you for the 17. How are we doing, everyone? How are we? Maya's a scholar. Maya's everything. She's everything, and we're just Ken. So sleep deprived, but so locked in for this stream. I have been so pooped the last week. 1, because I need a little break, but I have my break coming up, which I'm excited for. But 2, because I've been lifting big weights. Big weights. So I've been tired from the gym, which is good. It's a good thing, though. Crump, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. The mother is live. Hogan, thank you for the gift to Maya. All right, get your Alveus emotes, everyone. Doing okay, pretty tired. Yesterday was my birthday, though. Happy belated. I'm sorry if you told us in chat and I didn't see, but happy. I hope you had a good one. Did you break any kitchen utensils? No, I did not. I've been just eating the leftovers of that chicken salad, which has been good. Here are all the emotes for anyone curious. Oh, these are cute. You might start seeing some familiar faces in Twitch chat during hype trains. Wait, that's so cute. Oh, I love the Georgie one. Georgie. Georgie. Let me find a good little hood fairies. Oh. Beep, beep. There we go. Houseophobia, thank you for the gifted. I am Spam, I am, thank you for the 21 months. I need this caffeine to kick in. We got a lot of pop culture, a heavy pop culture night. Heavy pop culture night, because I want to talk a little bit about the roast of Kevin Hart, some of the roasts that were delivered last night, which I said to Will, we were sitting on the couch and we were talking about it, and I said, I think one of the worst genres of people is the rich comedian. All these comedians who, I don't know, between Dave Chappelle just trying to not walk back what he said, because he's not apologizing, But basically just have, I don't know, it's rich comedians who are, because there's something about them being up there. And I think the term you're looking for is Roganverse. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about these rich ass comedians, many of whom are pretty terrible people, and kind of just making fun of each other's racism and other problematic behavior. I don't know. It's one of those where you watch it and you're like, I don't even know it's true. Like, everything being said is true, but I'm not on anyone's side here. There's no like, oh shit, got him. You know? And there's no consequences to anything. That's the thing too. It's like Shane Gillis calling Chelsea Handler Epstein Zionist. It's true. But like, I don't know. It's just, oof. I feel a type of way about it. Yeah, nearly all of them are just terrible. Anyway, so I want to look at a couple clips from that and then talk about this Justin Bieber performance controversy. And then I read one of the best pieces of cultural writing I have read in a minute. And it is The Banal Horror of Jimmy Fallon and Current Affairs. I was reading it like every word of this piece just nailed it. It's so good. It's the type of analysis that I just live for. Yeah, I haven't read this yet. It's really good. So we're gonna go through it. And then let's see. I don't know. I feel like the last couple days I've definitely had this feeling of watching everybody else engage in discourse, whether it's AOC versus MTG, you know, the two different factions here on the left, that or the like the Billie Eilish vegan discourse. There's always discourse happening, and sometimes I just can't participate. I look at it, I'm like, I can't jump in here. There's too much. And then Gianmarco, people being really mad at Gianmarco. There's so much going on per usual. And I kind of just feel like a ghost. I feel like I'm just floating around, looking at it all and going, no. No. Elon, thank you for the gifted, and thank you for all the bits. Lionheart, thank you for the 29 months. I'm ready for a break. I can feel my insides cracking apart like the tectonic plates. And I know when I start to get this way where it's so exhausting. The discourse alone, just the volume of it being exhaustive. I'm like, yeah. And I do not have any motivation right now to make my TikToks. I got nothing. I can barely hit a retweet. Be lucky you're not on gaming Twitter for no, there's too much discourse always. You know, the other thing too, I think sometimes people just need to take a step back. Like the Gianmarco thing. Do I think it was like an embarrassing overreaction? Absolutely. That's what social media does to people. People will behave in the most embarrassing of ways, which they might not necessarily do in their life outside of social media, because there's something about the internet it's embarrassing. Like, social media is embarrassing. Posting like we do is embarrassing, and I think it can bring out people have bad days. They have bad days. They do things that are embarrassing. But I think what happens is we just put too much into every single thing, and we have to be able to differentiate when something is actually worthy of this much attention and energy and all this discourse. Like I do think I frankly I don't know if I can jump into it today because it is such a mess, but the AOC and MTG of it all, looking ahead at the 2028 presidential election, people who are it's like Team AOC, but Team AOC in a let's not criticize her at all. And then there's like team way too much Team MTG, where the reason that they're being compared is because AOC said that she's basically denying working together with the MTG who offered to like work together to oppose funding for Israel. And anyway, it's caused like a huge ruckus on leftist Twitter. And I think there are people who have reasonable takes, right? Somewhere in the middle there. And then there's ones who are like way too much of AOC stans, who are embarrassing themselves by demonstrating that they are AOC stans. And then there are ones like Shank, who is way too friendly with white supremacists. Anna Kasparian, who I saw a clip of her talking about how after 2020, there was like reverse racism towards white people. Everything I see of these two, I'm like, just put the MAGA hat on. Just do it. I really think it's all online BS. Nobody in the real world hating AOC, loving MTG. Everyone agrees, like with AOC when she said she didn't trust MTG. But I think there's also real anger towards her for having lied. Like she needs to. I think people are looking for her to acknowledge that she lied when she said Kamala Harris is working tirelessly for a ceasefire, when she knew that wasn't true. And I do think that's something that people keep bringing up because AOC kind of like has been acting as if we should all just be moving on past that. So I'm sure if you go off the internet and talk to people who are politically involved, they have criticism for AOC, but they're also not like going to be at all calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a leftist. They're not comparing the two as far as their voting records, because MTG is terrible. Like her record alone on Israel and Palestine is still bad, considering that she has made statements that are good statements when you consider it in that context. But yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is nowhere near to the left, but also she's not running potentially to be the leftist candidate. Anyway, it's just a lot. Even Mike can attest, far too many pro MTG people on the left right now. Someone even said she was right on gender. No, she's not. No. Yeah. There's definitely people who I think they need to zoom out. They need to get real. Also, the AOC Chris Smalls discourse. Yeah. So anyway, I think that there are plenty of people who have fair criticism of AOC, but are not they're not brain dead. They're not acting as if Marjorie Taylor Greene is better than AOC on any issue. Yeah, also Marjorie Taylor Greene is no longer in Congress. That is true. Anyway, it's maddening how the Democratic Party thinks we can just move on. Yeah, man. I mean, this is the type of online political discourse that I fear we are never going to escape. It's always going to be liberals blaming leftists, specifically pro-Palestine leftists, for why the election was lost, which is just absurd. Like, we know that's not correct. You know what it is too? It makes you feel like it makes you feel like you're stuck in the Lotus Hotel. That we can now never move on because it's always discourse that's being recycled, regurgitated. And so I feel like every time I go online, I just see the same things being fought over. Yeah, I definitely don't think it's okay the way that a lot of leftists, particularly white leftists, are talking about Chris Smalls. Just to return to that, I think you can acknowledge his imperfect record as an organizer, as a leader in the Amazon union, but I think there's some nasty stuff that I've seen. Some nasty stuff. And again, I think it's from people who get way too Stan-like with someone such as AOC. And so I don't care who you are. I don't care what side of any of this you're on. Politicians are not your friends, and also politicians are not celebrities, and politicians should not be treated ever in any way that puts them on a pedestal. Politicians are civil servants, or they're supposed to be. They're supposed to work for the people. The only reason they're there is because we put them there. So I do think that if you're acting inappropriately towards somebody like Chris Smalls, who he's a person, he's a regular person who has put his body on the line repeatedly. So it doesn't mean that you can't say like, oh, well, these were issues, the handling, the whatever, but denigrating him and dismissing him as a human being who's fighting as best as he can for people who AOC is representing as well, but it's a different, like, she's a politician, and I feel like there is more there's more kitten gloves that people apply to someone like AOC than they do to Chris Smalls. I'm like, why? It actually should be the other way around. You should not be treating AOC in this way and then treating Chris Smalls in a way where like the standards are impossible and ignoring everything that he has done because of criticisms that you have for how he was as a union organizer. Chris has literally put his money where his mouth is. Also, Chris is a regular person. He is of the people. Like, I think that's what people forget. Whereas AOC is the politician who was voted into office. AOC actually has a much higher bar that she needs to leap over, that she needs to pass because of the position of power that she is in and because people put her in that position. No, so it's not that AOC said anything to Chris. TLDR. Basically, when Chris Smalls was arrested protesting the Met Gala, some people got involved to try and figure out where he was. Jessica Burbank, who's a leftist political commentator, said that she had reached out to people from AOC's team and that they got involved, and she basically thanked AOC. And then Chris Smalls was like, no, AOC doesn't get credit here. He has issues with AOC because Chris Smalls was literally kidnapped by Israel and was tortured. And again, this is a man who has put his body on the line, and he's mad that she didn't do anything about it. And he is right to be upset about that. His criticism of her is valid because he's been putting his money where his mouth is, because he's been putting his body on the fucking line. And so then AOC stands, I'm going to call him AOC stands. DSA, like the specific type of kind of white DSA leftist in New York, started coming after Chris Smalls and being like, no one should take Chris Smalls seriously. And we're getting mad at him that he basically has a fuck AOC mentality because of his personal experience. And then, yeah, it's just people. You know what it is too? It's the same people that I see pop up all the time chirping. And I'm like, oh, it's you again. Mindy. Like this one Twitter user, Mindy, who called me a fucking bitch when I pointed out that she had shared a post once that was smearing Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. I was like, this is coming from a right-wing Zionist. You need to be like, we all need to be more careful about where we're showing posts. She calls me a bitch. I was like, that is so unnecessary. She's one of these like Twitter DSA New York people who just every time I see her pop up and have such an obnoxious take. And she was like, I just don't think we should be listening. We shouldn't take Chris Smalls seriously. I'm like, why is it always the same obnoxious people? But that also tells you it's the same obnoxious people, you know, the ones who are always making the discourse so aggravating. Mindy issues. She lives in Philly. She sucks. She's terrible. And I usually don't pay these people much attention because they are way too online and they'll act so aggressively towards you. They are the examples of leftists who, when they are called out, even when it's like so tame, they'll just snap at people. Like she did not need to call me a bitch when I said, hey, this is an account that is a right-wing Zionist account who's very clearly has the purpose of smearing Kat Abu-Ghazaleh in this race. And no, she's not having an affair with, like, this is gossip. This is nasty gossip that we really should not in the first place be participating in, let alone be sharing from these types of accounts. Yeah, those are the type of people that I think about when I think about how nasty leftists will be towards one another, where I'm like, hey, I didn't come in and say, fuck you, Mindy, you piece of shit. You know, I said, it's like, I don't know you, so I don't have your number to text you. So yeah, I comment under your post to say, FYI, this is a disingenuous smear. Anyway, I shouldn't even be talking about this person so much, but just using her as an example. And yeah, it's people are too fucking online. And I say this as someone who's a streamer. I get it. I'm very online, but there's being very online because you have to pay attention to everything that's happening because you work on the internet. And then there's having the like way too online brain. Whispers, thank you for the 15 months. Ashley, thank you for the 42 months. Dick Cheney's oil money, thank you for the 34 months. DeReal Woke Bay, thank you for the 18 months. Yeah. Anyway, no, seriously, these people are permanently on Twitter. And it's not just that they're always on Twitter, it's that they are constantly tweeting, responding, getting into the comments. Like that was my thing with Gianmarco, where look, that tweet was it was pretty mild. The one he responded to, and it had 2 likes. You got to be better than that. You gotta just ignore stuff. you can't be name searching. I know way too many people in this industry or adjacent who name search all the time. So it's one of those that like, yeah, not cool. Don't do that again. Just good practice is to ignore that kind of stuff. You don't need to respond, and you don't need to respond that way. But then it just went because what happens is people wait for a moment like this to go, I always hated that guy. I was here first saying that this person was insidious, that I was just waiting for their downfall. I'm like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean you've been waiting for their downfall? What has this person done to you? Like, you've literally been sitting around like this, waiting on someone's downfall because you want to say that you were right. Yeah, I've been saying this, that is very specific internet type speak. Where if you wanna get involved, you go, yeah, that response was unnecessary. Don't, just chill out, and then you move on. I don't know, man. I'm retroactively waiting on everyone's downfall. Me waiting for everyone's downfall ever. I've experienced that. Like, when I've seen some not so nice posts about me, I've seen people be like, ooh, I've been waiting. It's that mentality where I'm like, do you actually hate me? Because we don't know each other personally. I can't think of anything I've done that would be so offensive to you. And I'm not talking about people who have like diametrically opposite positions. I'm talking about this. It's like this thing that people just want to see somebody who's generally well liked and doesn't really, it's not like they've done something so terrible to actually warrant being canceled or being, like going to prison. But it's this just wanting like the blood sport of it all. I don't know. It's like the drama. It's the wanting to see people, if they get to a certain point, get knocked down a few pegs. It's also live. Seeing people be fans and then immediately become haters post cancellation. I know. I've seen that type of, I've been waiting on their downfall brainworm for one or two people, but I block them. I try not to think about it. It is a very internet specific mentality and behavior. It's tall poppy syndrome. I'm going to look that up, even though I think I know what that means. It's a cultural phenomenon originated in Australia and New Zealand that refers to people with notable public success or achievements that are ostracized by others as a form of egalitarianism. Intense scrutiny and criticism of such a person is termed as cutting down the tall poppy. Yeah, and I think, too, when somebody does something that, sure, it's not great, it's not that... But it's the way that there is no room for anybody to have an off moment. When you're online, the second that you have a bad day, right? The second you do something that is not appropriate, right? It's like over the top. Okay, as I said, social media brings out the worst of all of us. And the second that happens, it's like people are waiting there. They're waiting for it. There's such a lack of normalcy. It's like, you think about your real life. I've had friends and family members do shit that's not cool. And then you talk about it, right? Or you go, okay, let's take a second. And then it's like, yeah, I was having a bad day. Or like, yeah, that was an overreaction, right? It's things that we do all the time in our real lives that don't make us bad people. But on the internet, it's like, it's so, there's no middle ground. It's black or white. It's good or bad. Yet people just go, no, you're a monster. And it's really antisocial behavior. People don't have much. I mean, it is a sense, it does give people a sense of power. There's that part. Gives people a sense of power to be online and seeing the effect that they can have in in going after somebody, in not allowing not allowing mistakes to be made. Where again, it's the I've been waiting for this person's downfall. I'm like, do you not have better things to do? People are so easily swayed. If lots of people tweet about it, their minds will change. They just don't think about it. Public opinion is like osmosis. Yeah. It's hive-mindy. It's like if you see something and you see then that repeated, that's probably going to influence how you feel about something, even if you didn't necessarily have an opinion on it. Or it like wasn't necessary for you to have an opinion. Chuggies, permission granted. Thank you for the 14 months. Errol, thank you for the 44 months. Josie, thank you for the 2 months. I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely guilty of being like this as well. We all are, because the internet cooks us and it rewards our worst. It rewards our worst impulses, and I think can make a version of ourselves that is not actually how we are outside of that. And so it's just always good to be like, hey, let's just be a little bit more normal here. Let's allow people to make mistakes, to have a bad day, especially when you take that in the totality of everything else, and especially when you consider how many actual atrocious fucking evil people there are. Do you think it's possible to humanize people on social media? Do I think it is? Yes. I try and remember that there are human beings on the other side there, even if it's somebody who is coming at me. It's just good to still remember, hey, well, aside from all the bots, but I try and keep in mind, and that helps me too, to not get stuck in like fighting in the comments. Except for, no, Mindy's so aggravating. But I think a lot of people don't humanize others online. I think because of the separation, there's the screen. It's like human being, screen, and then on the other side, human being. People just are super quick to judge and condemn and dismiss. Except for James. Oh, no. Fuck James Charles. No, he's a piece of shit. James Charles is a piece of shit. James Charles is a human being who is a piece of shit. Guaranteed 99% of people wouldn't say that shit to an actual human face. Yeah, and it doesn't mean that you don't have terrible interactions with people IRL. I've had plenty of terrible interactions IRL, but I just think, like, I don't know. There is the internet way of doing things, and And I just wish more people would take breaks. I wish people would take breaks. I wish that they would zoom out. I wish that they would be a little bit more chill. Some people really lack social skills. Yeah, a lot of this behavior is very antisocial type behavior. So, yeah, I think just I've said this before, but there is so much to be angry about, right? There are real things that deserve our anger and our righteous anger. But if we're angry all the time, then one, we don't reserve that for what we need to be angry towards, which will spur us into action, right? It's not just the anger, it's the action that we take from feeling that anger. And so if you're angry at everything, then you're just angry all the time, and it puts everything on the same playing field. You know, if you are as angry about these tech billionaires signing $200 billion contracts with the government to surveil everybody in this country and, you know, to use their technology to bomb people in other countries, if you have the same like anger towards that as you do to someone online with a relatively decent platform size who had a bad day, who like was way too aggressive in their response to someone else online, you're treating everything the same, and you are then in a perpetual state of anger, which is then counterproductive. It's not productive. You gotta ration it. One bad day in the Emerald City. A lot of these people basically learn to be aggressive to get what they want. It's like throwing a tantrum and people IRL distancing themselves from harm, so they are forced online rage baiting. Yeah, I remember seeing a tweet one time that it was like, sometimes a thing happens and someone deserves to be yelled at by like 3 people, but instead it's thousands of people, which is, yes, my nails, my claws for EDC. As soon as I got these on, I was like, I want to just claws. This makes me want to claw someone's eyes out. Anyway, yeah, it's the idea of, okay, you did something that was not cool, you know, you deserve from 3 people. 3 people are allowed to yell at you. But what happens then is it ends up being thousands of people online, which then makes the response disproportionate. Especially for people you know are generally on your side on damn near every issue. Have some grace. Even if you don't like that individual, put the cause before your personal gripes. Oh, don't I feel that? Hence why I give a speech every 6 months to be like, hey, hey, y'all, take it from me. Somebody who, I tank a lot of shit. I really do. I have so much patience and I tank a lot of shit. And I actually probably deserve to pop off even more than I do. But most of the time I'm like, it's just not worth it. And it ends up putting me in a worse state. Like it's better for me to just let it roll off. You know, I practice letting things roll off because that makes me have healthier behaviors. And this is why they can't. Yeah. And then it makes it, here's the thing. If I demonstrate that I'm the kind of person that doesn't constantly pop off at anything, then people are like, oh, well, she's kind of hard to, you know, I think it's not just, I'm hoping, a good example that I'm setting, But yeah, you win. You win by default. Where it's like, no, I'm not going to respond to someone who, especially if they are mildly criticizing and it is a tweet that has one like. I'm not going to be in the comments. I'm not going to show that I am that reachable, first of all, and that I'm that easily, I get that easily upset over very small things. Even things that are not that small. Again, I just have taught myself to let it roll off, because otherwise when you start, you can't stop. When you start just getting pissed off at it all and responding to everything, and then you can't stop. Is there ever a point where your political views are so harmful to others that it's fine for others to just say shitty things to you? Oh, yes. Yeah, I want to make it clear. I'm talking about people who are generally on the same side. I'm not talking about like a fucking Nazi who's saying your body, my choice. I'm not talking about somebody who's, championing genocide. I'm not going to speak to someone like that in the way that I've been describing here, or like, I'm not going to just ignore all that stuff, especially if it is a dangerous propagandist. So I'm talking about this whole time I thought you meant Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm talking about people who I know, or I can assume we are on the same side. Same. Too many stuff are so not worth putting energy on, and I have observed so many people getting upset for days and weeks, spiraling instead of taking care of what's important. Okay, wait, let me see what this is. Also, Hogan, thank you for the gifted moon. Thank you for the 34 months. Hassan Piker confirms you'll be going to the Lakers Thunder game tonight with Jennifer Welch. LeBron is going to feel my aura telepathically. I'm going to go tell him don't be pro-Israel any longer. Austin responds, I'm choosing to believe that she wasn't aware I was in town because I know I'm her favorite. Haha, I hope they have a good time. I'm so happy for them. Haha, wow, what a fun time that'll be. So I will reveal that they did ask Jen if she could go on the podcast, but she can't. So no, she knows Austin's in town because he texted her. Okay, I'm also going to call out Hassan Piker, though. I'm calling out Austin. I'm going to call out Hassan Piker because I saw something. I feel like it's probably Pops to Knox. Let me see. No, maybe not. I saw something about how he was on stream talking about how he saw Supriya Ganesh and was like, oh, I wanted to talk to her and tell her that I appreciate her advocacy. Let me just tell you, okay? Let me just 1 second here. So months ago, in my group chat with the guys, I said to them, you all should reach out to the actresses from The Pit. Maybe you can get a group of them or individuals. I said Issa Briones. I know you don't know who that is, Hassan. She follows you on Instagram. And I said Shabana Aziz, and also Supriya Ganesh would be amazing to have on. And I have talked about Supriya's politics and just how outspoken she is. She's such a queen. All these women are amazing. Ignored. The only person who responded was Will. He said yes. And we were sitting we were like across from each other on the couch.
There was also a point where I was being swarmed a lot at the after party where I was going to talk to the lady from the Pit, the one that just left.
I can't. First of all, she didn't just leave. Okay? She didn't just leave. It was not her decision.
The show, the Indian woman, who's dope. The actress.
God, I can't.
Said a lot of very cool things about Supriya Ganesh. Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, I was gonna talk to her and be like, hey, I really love what really love your advocacy. And I was excited
Not
to talk to her,
the
but
lady, the Indian
I was
woman.
getting swarmed, so I didn't want to be rude. There was also a point.
I went back in my text messages just to verify the long text I had sent where I was suggesting, I was like, hey, these people are doing press for this. You guys should reach out. See if they follow any y'all. Like I was pointing out when people were potential guests were doing press for projects they were a part of. These men, with the exception of Will, I will say, with the exception of Will, totally just ignored me. Yeah, I'm dying that a Supriya Updates account upload this because he didn't actually meet her. I know. I have to assume they're Hasanabi head. Yeah. And then these guys kill me because they are also so last minute. They'll be like, who can we get for the pod tomorrow? And then they're like, let's get a huge guest. They're like, let's get a celebrity. I'm like, oh, you mean for your podcast that you're trying to film in less than 24 hours? You know that people aren't streamers. They don't do the last minute. Like, there's no such thing as a schedule. There's no such thing as planning things in advance. And then I'll go, hey, this is probably someone you can get last minute. And then they'll go, no, we need to get big names. I'm like, then y'all need to be doing goddamn outreach. Not 24 to 48 hours before you're supposed to film. I am truly an unofficial producer because I can't help it. I can't help myself. By the way, I saw the other day that Melissa Barrera follows him now too. Even though I have learned over and over and over and over and over again that Hassan doesn't pay attention to any of this stuff. Austin has a very specific idea of who a big guest is. And sometimes, honestly, I don't know who's worse as far as not knowing names, Austin or Hassan. You would think that it's Hassan, but there are times that it's actually it's almost worse that Austin doesn't know, especially if it's a guest who's big in the gay community or a potential guest. Remember when Austin said he hadn't seen Mean Girls? Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, I know. Austin also texts me all the time. He'll be like, do you know this person? I'm like, yes, I know who that is. He'll be like, well, do you think that they would be good? Like, I mean, yeah, yes. Yes. I just, what are the parameters? What do you mean would they be good? Anyway, I have to stop, but I can't stop. This is actually my problem because I don't have a podcast. So my friends who do have podcasts, I am always I'm always like, here's someone that you should bring on, blah, 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 blah. Or, giving ideas for podcast episodes. I am the most backseat podcasting unofficial producer on multiple pods. The concept of them caring so much about a guest, but rarely knowing anything about said guests or asking them. I know. Anyway, did you see this? They need to get Jane Fonda. They wish. Hey, Larger, thank you for the 27 months. I'm just taking lashings after lashings. I have your man. Also, 719 unread texts. That's a lot. I love you on a bit, Fruity. Matt and I were planning to do an episode this week, but we're gonna push it to another time. But we want to do a big episode on so basically kind of inspired by the Met Gala and the Bezoses buying their way into the Met Gala very very publicly, and to have that be a part of a larger episode about these billionaires now forcing their way into culture, and not just like funding the arts, but kind of more so behind the scenes, a little more quietly, but how loudly and in our faces these billionaires are now. These tech billionaires who are fully mask off as far as the influence and power that they seek to display. And we want to get someone to join us who is in Hollywood. But it's tough because there's only there's a small group of people who are unafraid to say stuff. And then within that smaller group, not everybody is comfortable doing a podcast, doing stuff like this, speaking, even though it's pre-recorded, it's not like it's live, but speaking off the cuff. Yeah. I mean, Hannah Einbinder is the ideal person, but I think she's a little hesitant to do podcast episodes. She's done some stuff with Simone Zimmerman for Zateo, talking about Israel, talking about growing up as a Jewish woman and being raised with the belief that Zionism and supporting Israel is a necessity. So she'll do stuff like that, but doesn't really do a lot of other podcast things. The other person we were thinking of is Jeremy O'Harris, who called Sam Altman a Nazi. And I think Jeremy is someone who would be great. And I think he would be less hesitant to do a podcast ep. Poppy Lou would be perfect. Ooh, that's a good suggestion. I'm going to send him that one. I'm going to send him Poppy's name as well. The other person he suggested was Julia Fox, which could be interesting if she would be down. Oh, Sydney Sweeney. Yeah. Great. Perfect. Jane Fonda. Yeah, I think I think Jane is great. I don't know, though, how much she would necessarily be aligned on all this stuff in the way that we are, because she is still kind of a liberal celebrity. She is not great on Israel, as it goes for a lot of liberal celebs. Caroline can pull Julia Stiles. Just imagine. Imagine that I pulled Julia Stiles. Okay. Jane is a queen, but she's an old lib. Yeah. Did you see the John Mulaney RFK Jr. bit? Yes, I did. We will watch that. But I want to start off with talking about the Justin Bieber private performance at the WNDR super exclusive A-list event that was hosted by Jeffrey Katzenberg. So Justin, who had just finished up at Coachella and was the highest paid Coachella artist of all time, I guess that money was not enough, and he took I don't know how big the bag was, but I have to imagine that it was substantial, and performed at this private event. Now, the way that it was initially described was that it was a Palantir event. It was not a specifically Palantir event. So it is this event called WNDR, and Jeffrey Katzenberg was the host of this conference, and this is the 5th annual WNDR conference, and it is a super exclusive gathering of the top creators and tech moguls and kind of the who's who of the tech and business world, along with some big celebrity names. So like Oprah Winfrey, Trevor Noah was there, and Justin Bieber performed. Now, there were Palantir executives who were there, like Alex Karp. There were plenty of these technocrats who are very evil and have been are complicit in committing war crimes because of their technology and the contracts that they have signed with governments. So it was still gross. Like, don't get me wrong. Just because it was not specifically a Palantir conference doesn't mean that there were not people there who are some of the worst people on this planet and who Justin Bieber was privately performing for. And to me, this is another example of how these tech billionaires, they can just buy, they just buy up whoever they want. They had Justin Bieber perform at this exclusive event when it's like people went into bankruptcy trying to see him at Coachella a couple weeks ago. I think I heard something about the Young Turks funder to the tune of 20 million, Jeffrey Katzenberg. Wait. Hold on. What? Jeffrey Katzenberg. Oh, Jeffrey Katzenberg, through his investment firm WNDR Co., was a key participant in the $20 million funding round for the Young Turks. Oh, right. That was in 2017 when they raised 20 million from this venture capital firm that's owned by Jeffrey Katzenberg. If you don't know who Jeffrey Katzenberg is, he's the former CEO of DreamWorks, and he was the chair of Walt Disney Studios. So he is a real bigwig in not just the VC and business world, but also in Hollywood. So he's been a very, very powerful figure for many, many years. He was also the guy who had said, in 3 years, AI will replace like 98% of animator jobs. Yes, he is the Quibi guy. He's the Quibi guy. R.I.P. to Quibi, the rise and fall of the platform known as Quibi, formerly known as Quibi. So anyway, let's watch this.
For his also cute performance at Coachella, becoming the highest paid performer in the
Okay, what the heck? Hold on a second. Why? Turn this up.
Bieber for his also cute performance at Coachella, becoming the highest paid performer in the festival's history. Many people are missing the fact that on Wednesday, Justin Bieber performed at a private show for Palantir executives. Normally, phones and cameras are not permitted inside this annual exclusive.
I think it was one of the employees who leaked the lineup. Like they posted it and said they posted it in a really bragging way where they said you paid thousands of dollars to see Justin Bieber at Coachella. Me goes to work and gets a private performance from Justin
Billionaire
Bieber.
get-together they have every single year, but Justin made the mistake of letting people record. Among those individuals honored by Bieber's performance are none other than Palantir's Alex Karp, who recently published part of his manifesto online declaring that some cultures were inferior and regressive. He once talked openly about how he was entertained by the idea of having autonomous drones carrying fentanyl-laced pee and spraying it on Palantir's personal detractors. Also in attendance was billionaire Palmer Luckey, who runs Anduril, which is following the steps of Palantir in the war and death industry, making missiles and drones for the U.S. government, trying to secure all of our tax money in his bank accounts. Palmer's the type of guy who goes around to every event wearing these very tight-fitting Hawaiian shirts whose buttons are bursting.
No. You got to get a bigger shirt size.
From the seam at every angle you view it. I think he missed the memo that billionaires dressing as your average Joe isn't relatable to working class Americans anymore. It comes off as manipulation. Oh, and we cannot forget the honorable mention of FIFA president Gianni Infantino, who has committed what may be the worst scar on the history of soccer, partnering on the colonial board of peace that is overseeing what is supposed to be post-genocide Gaza. He has partnered with Netanyahu to build all these football pitches, soccer pitches in children's graveyards. It just serves as a reminder that no billionaire is ethical, and they're all in the same club. They're all part of the ruling class. No matter how many times they do some cute little performance at your favorite music festival, or how many times they wear Hawaiian shirts to a fucking conference where they talk about fueling a genocide that is ongoing against Palestinians, they will always be the most evil people on this planet whose assets and wealth should be recovered and given back to the people, the working class people that they exploited to get to that status. Palantir is the most dangerous corporation of our lifetimes. They're leading and ushering in a new age of autonomous warfare, a new age of American empire, American imperialism. They're going to control all of our lives. That is what they seek to do. They talk about it openly, and it is coming. It is being developed. They are integrated into all these surveillance systems over American citizens and integrating into institutions and regimes all over the globe at this moment. So they are very threatening to every single human being on this earth, and they must be destroyed. Palantir must be destroyed. If you want to hear more of my messages, you can follow me for free through the link in my bio.
See, look, the Justin Bieber of it all is bad, but why the fuck was Trevor Noah there? I do feel as if the attention on this event has mostly been about Justin Bieber performing, and Trevor Noah attending has kind of slipped through the cracks, which to me is even worse given Trevor Noah's politics, which, yeah, he's not, as left as they come, but he is a political figure compared to Justin Bieber, who's a performer. He's a pop star. Yeah, I mean, I do think Trevor Noah's been pretty inconsistent and pretty unprincipled, but consistently. Just weeks after Bieber's well-received Coachella headline gig, the singer played a small private event for tech, entertainment, and defense industry moguls. Also, don't love that entertainment people are mixing in with defense industry moguls. What are we doing? Now, there's a long history between the defense industry and Hollywood, but to see that taking place where it's not just like, oh, the Department of Defense having control over projects that need to utilize military equipment or shoot at, shoot on bases. This is like entertainment heads mixing in with tech and defense industry heads. So it just feels not good. Bieber was a headliner at WNDR, entertainment executive Jeffrey Katzenberg's invite-only confab at the Rosewood Miramar in Montecito last week. The programming for the event was first reported by Puck. The ultra A-list talks and guests included director James Cameron and former Disney CEO Bob Iger, YouTube CEO Neil Mohan, FIFA president Gianni Infantino, Oprah Winfrey and Julia Roberts, comedians Chris Rock and Trevor Noah, and artist Jeff Koons on a panel discussion with LACMA chief Michael Govan. Bieber, meanwhile, performed a Wednesday poolside set for attendees at the Rosewood. The swag singer reportedly became the highest paid headliner in Coachella history last month and its most lucrative merch seller. While there was lighter programming, like a karaoke party with pop producer Stargate and a talk about snacks with chef Nancy Silverton, the bill included talks and cameos from major weapons and surveillance technology firms, noted for their support for or deep engagement with the Trump administration. It is one big club, and you and I ain't in it. Just remember that. One panel featured Anduril Industries' Palmer Luckey, who recently welcomed Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to its Southern California headquarters. That's this guy. That's the guy with the shirts that don't fit. That's the guy who looks like he's going to play Nickelback until your head explodes. This guy looks like Reddit. This is the guy who looks like Reddit. Yeah, so he just recently had Hegseth at his company's headquarters. We are rebuilding the arsenal of freedom, Hegseth said after the Anduril visit. Palantir chief executive Alex Karp led another talk. Palantir's AI-driven defense and surveillance software has faced scrutiny around how tech like its Maven smart system may have been used to target civilians in the Iran war. Karp also published a recent book, The Technological Republic, where he wrote that we must resist the shallow temptation of a vacant and hollow pluralism. We in America, and more broadly the West, have for the past half-century resisted defining national cultures in the name of inclusivity. But inclusion into what? Katzenberg's WNDR conference is one of several recent multidiscipline, ultra-elite gatherings hosted by CEOs, including Jeff Bezos and Eric Schmidt. Katzenberg founded his investment firm, WNDR Co., Wonder Co., in 2017. So all of this is to normalize guys like Alex Karp and companies like Palantir. To be clear, the reason that they have popular celebrities and cultural figures who they surround themselves with is because it helps to soften the image. It helps to mainstream and normalize this really, really destructive, these destructive technological companies and these truly villainous CEOs who are making so much money off of death and so much money off of surveilling all of us in our day-to-day lives. Cool washing. Yes, this is the term, like blank washing, whether it's pink washing, whether it's sport washing. sports washing, entertainment washing, where governments and companies that are committing really, really evil acts will just buy famous people. They will buy popular people and surround themselves with them in order to convince people that actually it's okay. It's okay. It's cool. It's all cool and good. And it launders their reputations. It makes it more palatable. It makes people not as concerned, because if someone like Trevor Noah is hanging out with, I don't know if Trevor Noah was specifically hanging out with Alex Karp, but who knows? I mean, they were at the same event together, and it's not just Alex Karp. There's a number of these CEOs and executives who are are just completely immoral and evil. And so somebody goes, "Oh, Trevor Noah was there? Okay, I guess, maybe it's not so bad." Is there a video of Justin person? Who's Justin? Justin Bieber? The thing that I enjoy can't be doing bad things. I'm a good person. My favorite things can't be evil. Yeah. So that is there a video of Justin performing? Oh. I don't know. Let me see. I don't know if I haven't seen a video, but this is what was leaked. So this is this guy, this employee. He said, "You pay $2,000 for Biebercella. Me, show up to work on Wednesday." And then here's the agenda. 2 to 3:30 p.m. James Cameron, filmmaker and storyteller, in conversation with Bob Iger, followed by Alex Karp, Palantir, with Matthias Dopfner. 3:30 p.m. break. 2 to 5:30, Julia Roberts with Trevor Noah, The Heart of an Icon. Lena Nair, Chanel with Oprah Winfrey, Freedom of Becoming. Jensen Huang, NVIDIA with Justin Bieber, Every Question Answered. 6 o'clock p.m., dinner by Chef Nancy Silverton. 8:15, Justin Bieber's special performance, Manor Bar and Veranda. 8:45 p.m., dessert and cocktails. Great Lawn Lego building competition judged by Chris Rock and Palmer Luckey. Once again, this fucking guy. I mean, it's like, it's just a reminder that all of these people have class solidarity with one another. All these elites, all of the world's richest and most famous, they are in solidarity with the members of their class. More billionaires buying their way into culture enabled by the wealthy elites in Hollywood. Right. And that's why I mentioned the podcast episode that Matt and I want to do, which is essentially talking about all of this and really focusing on how this new class of tech billionaires, these people who are so astronomically wealthy and only continue to expand their wealth, and who have so much power and influence in everything from politics to culture, and they are no longer behind the scenes. They are no longer more kind of secretive and living luxurious lives, but not so much in the public's face. Now it's right there. It's all right there. These billionaires standing behind Donald Trump at his inauguration. These billionaires buying up culture so blatantly, positioning themselves with with the biggest celebrities in the world, you know, being side by side, making themselves celebrities because they have so much money and can just buy up this influence. Can we also recognize the person who showed up to work as such a stooge? He doesn't realize the guy he's working for will eventually replace his job with a robot AI. He's like, not me. I'm a special guy. I'm a special guy. He founded Oculus, who he sold to Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg founded a defense company, also owns Mod Retro. Wait, who? This guy? Reddit? Mr. Reddit? This is so relevant right now. I was actually just going to pull this up. So, yes.
Who has so much to risk and who has risked so much, who has sacrificed so much, and we are all familiar with the details of that. And I look at these people who have absolutely every privilege imaginable to mankind, and they cannot utter a single word, and it just, I guess it makes me naive, but I cannot understand it. Like, I really can't understand it. And I hear people say that they don't know enough, and
Bullshit.
I don't, it's like, okay, so then what do you like do all day? Like, what, are you just like literally walking around like this? Like, how is it? So I don't know. I always resist the idea that what I am doing is in any way brave, because I don't want cowardice to be a metric by which I judge bravery. I believe that Mahmoud,
Bars.
what I am doing is having eyes and seeing reality and saying what I'm seeing. And I think that so many people risk so much more in a tangible sense. And so I don't even think about all those other people and what they're doing, because it's just like not even worth considering. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Hannah saying that, Mark Ruffalo saying that, yes, there are a lot of people who have signed on to the petition to block the merger of Skydance and Paramount, but there are even more who won't sign because they're scared. And it's like, do you think that the rest of us aren't scared? Do you think that we aren't scared about all the things to be scared of? The consequences to our personal and professional lives, but also the consequences to this world. Do you think that we are sitting here not feeling scared? So for people who are like, oh, I'm just too scared, though. I'm just too scared to say anything. I'm just too scared to sign anything. I'm just too scared to oppose anything. I'm just too scared to do anything other than take care of my own interests. We should be fucking scared. Yes. Especially because if we don't collectively block these billionaires from acquiring even more power and influence, then that is more and more of our freedoms that we continue to lose that will be lost. Bunch of cowards who only protect themselves and their own self-interests. And it's like, these are people who have so much. They have too much. That's the thing. They have too much. And they are trying to protect the too much. When you compare those who have the most, who have too much, and then people who are fighting to get by every day, and the courage that that the people who don't have enough demonstrate. It's it is still hard to comprehend because it's so frustrating and it's really sickening. It's sickening to see such individual greed. We should be scared if we don't block these billionaires from acquiring more influence and power, and we will continue to lose our freedoms. Because the thing is that even those who have so much and are refusing to meet this moment whatsoever, refusing to join hands with others, I think they need to remember that authoritarianism is bad for all of us, even for those who have so much more than the average person. It's like your creative freedoms, creative integrity that is at risk from a merger that puts more industry power, puts more global power into the hands of the Ellison family. Do you understand that as a creative in the film industry, that will only have negative consequences for art, for film overall? That when you have a handful of people who control everything from media to politics, finance to entertainment, that everyone gets squeezed out. It's just that those at the bottom get squeezed out first and have less to begin with. So they feel the effects already. Wish I could snap my fingers and make these fascist enablers social pariahs. Yeah, I know. Okay. Next thing that I want to talk about. Let's look at these clips. So first, where's the John Mulaney clip? It's been making the rounds. Here we go.
About that, thank you. Very nice. I'm still not allowed to have more than $200 cash on me at any time. $200 is an agreed upon amount between my wife and I after a lot of trial and error. Thank you all for coming to a night of too many stars. This is the best benefit I've done since Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s River Keepers benefit 10 years ago. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was in charge of a group called the River Keepers. If you don't know Bobby, and I know him, and Bobby, that's how much he shouldn't be in the government. I know him. He's comedy adjacent, you know? He's married to that woman from Curb Your Enthusiasm and cheats on her like a dog, but he likes to be around comedy people. Sorry for the pearl clutch here of West Side people who know exactly what I'm talking about. Sorry to drop that public domain information on the Hollywood Bowl. Robert Kennedy was in charge, back when I lived in New York, he was in charge of a thing called the River Keepers. They were in charge of keeping the Hudson River clean. That was his job. That's how good he is at jobs. His old job was keeping the Hudson River, whose native fish is tied off used condom, clean. Now he's in charge. Now I'm in charge of your bones and your tummy. Stupid fuck. Your thing can't see the measles. Did you get the measles?
You know, it's so funny. So people who are not very familiar with John Mulaney's comedy, well, a lot of people have been sharing this clip and cheering it on, but they're like, wow, John Mulaney getting mean. I'm like, John Mulaney is a comic who will get mean. If you have been a fan of Mulaney's, which I have been for a long time, you know that this is actually pretty, this is pretty typical for Mulaney. It's just that he's always had the kind of nice guy image. with his clean cut look. I mean, then he obviously, with his addiction issues, went to rehab. But yeah, he always described himself as, jokingly saying, I look like a guy who's been sitting in a room for 17 years just eating saltines. But he absolutely will be spiteful and mean in his comedy.
Did you read the card? It was from me. Do you like having the measles very much? You don't? Oh no, Bobby Jr. What have we gotten ourselves into? My father was in public service. Father's not a good word for you, dude. Try dad. Anyway. My father was a good man, and I'm a very bad man. Can I look at my Gatorade green eyes and my skin like snake? Can I be in charge of the way you feel in your body? Anyway, enough of that shit. Stop making me political.
Oh my God. Yeah, so I'm also of the I don't think you'll ever make me hate Mulaney. Even when I have criticized him in the past. Because here's the thing. We got motherfuckers like all these jackasses who are at Kevin Hart's roast. The roast of Kevin Hart. And as I said, there's something about some of the world's richest comedians being on stage, pointing fingers at one another and calling out each other's disgusting, abhorrent behavior and beliefs and, past statements. And it's not that, like, for example, it's not that Shane Gillis is wrong here, but it is also something it's hard to laugh. It's just hard to laugh at still. The other thing I will say, and I saw somebody point this out too, there's definitely been this switch where jokes about Israel, like Israel equals dead babies, just very kind of crude and being joked about by guys like Andrew Schultz and Shane Gillis, who I don't think actually really care about Palestinian liberation, because I don't think that they really care about anything in this world other than their own selves. But this shift into kind of white dude bro comedy culture where Israel is such a pariah, and now it's like everybody associates Israel with dead kids. And so when you look at the Democrats and how before the Democrats were like, oh, we need to reach out to these types of people, and so we can access their audiences because we need to be connecting with young men, especially young white men, just this larger sphere of influencers and comedians and podcasters and content creators who have a lot of young male fans. We need to reach out. And now the Democrats aren't saying that like they were before. And I think it has to do with Israel. I think it has to do with the fact that now, even in kind of crude dude bro comedy culture, the Andrew Schultzes, and all these guys, they all have shifted to making fun of Israel. And I think my mentality is I just kind of hate all these people.
Andrew and Woody Allen were there. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Chelsea Handler.
And Shane, just so you know, Judaism and Zionism are two different things.
Which, this is also bizarre. I'm going to break this down a little bit. This is also bizarre because he goes, Chelsea's a Zionist, which Chelsea Handler is a Zionist. She did propaganda with Noah Tishby, who's one of the she's like one of those longtime Israel influencers who is one of the major propagandists in Hollywood. And Chelsea Handler was doing podcasts and other shit with her. So Chelsea Handler is a Zionist. And Shane Gillis was in his roast straight up saying that she is. And then she gets up there and says, there's a difference between Judaism and Zion. It's just so, you know what I mean by
Chelsea is
it's like all these jackasses basically just pointing at one another and being like, oh yeah, I'm racist. Well, you're also fucking racist. Ha ha ha. We're all terrible. Yeah. And then here's Tony Hinchcliffe. Yeah. I mean, it really is just, oh brother, all these people are so terrible. Like they're just, it's just the richest comedians, the richest, most successful comedians who they just have nowhere else to go at this point. And I get this is a roast. Okay. I understand that this is a roast. Okay. This is not like a stand-up special. But as I said at the beginning of the stream, I was also talking about this with Will. We were talking about the problems in comedy these days, and specifically, in stand-up comedy. And it's because these motherfuckers are all too rich. They're all too rich. And so it only like gives their problematic behavior. What am I trying to say? It's like they're not grounded in anything real. And so because these people are all just gross and terrible and rich and out of touch, it's really hard to feel like you want to participate as an audience member in this comedy. It's like Dave Chappelle saying the media gets his trans jokes wrong. During a recent episode of the IMO podcast, he said, people would think it's me versus the gay community. I never looked at it like this. I always thought it was corporate interest and culture negotiating itself. So, most of those people who were critical of what I was doing didn't seem like they were of it. It's like they had their faces pressed against the glass, commenting on what we were doing in there, but they weren't in there doing it. Every opinion, which like, what the fuck is he saying? Every opinion you can think of is represented in a comedy club. Every type of person you can imagine does stand-up comedy, transgender stand-up comics, black, white, Asian, every kind of perspective. And we all champion whatever opinion we champion. That is not true. We would never think to silence one another. That is not true. Chappelle explained that between sets, comedians constantly discuss their different points of views and how comedy can be filtered through different cultural lenses. He added that the media has a hard time doing the same and often takes his jokes out of context. Dave, you got up in a special and said you are Team TERF. You have spent multiple specials going after trans people in a very nasty way. In a very like your ego was clearly bruised. Your inability to have people revere you like they used to, and also the fact that you're just fucking out of touch. You're a rich, out of touch comedian, and that affects your comedy. Nothing makes a comedian madder than reading his joke wrong in the paper. And reading a joke is nothing like hearing one or being one. And the intention of a comedy show is a very unique intention. We are playing with whatever the culture is made of, and we break it down and we get it right or we get it wrong. But in all art, if it's going to be good or even hopefully great, you got to have a margin of error. He literally still misgenders his dead peer who killed herself after he made fun of her. Yeah, he's trying to pretend like it's nothing that he did, and instead it's the media distorting his jokes, that when you read a joke, it's not the same thing as hearing it performed, where it's like, Dave, we've seen all the specials. We've heard the jokes as you perform them on stage. And then when he also was upset about Republican politicians thinking that he's their guy, that it's like, oh yeah, Dave Chappelle's on our team. And it's like, what do you want, Dave? Do you want us all to still think that you are this great purveyor of truths, that you have this ability to look at the world and be such, have such an honest take on the world, but that is still funny, that is brilliant? Because that's not what you're doing anymore. It's not what you're doing. You don't come across as a truth teller. You don't come across as a person who has the ability to brilliantly wax on all the intricacies of life and the good parts and the bad parts, the weird parts. He brought Elon Musk out on stage. I know. The American roast comedy scene has given limelight to some of the most insufferable motherfuckers. Yeah. And it's like all this shit is also just a gotcha. Like I said, these people just pointing back and forth. Okay. The one exception, though, which I have to play here because it is remarkable to me that 7 months ago, 8 months ago, if you had made a joke that was not even as obscene as this about Charlie Kirk, you would have gone to prison. You would have been fired from your job. You would have gone to prison. And now I cannot believe that less than a year ago, if you even reposted Charlie Kirk's own words, you would end up on an FBI watch list. You would like have Donald Trump calling you a deranged, evil terrorist. You would lose your job. You would be Yeah, so that was one of the only, I thought, decent parts of the roast. Lizzo was there. I don't know why Lizzo was there, but she was. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I saw people sharing the Shane Gillis clip and other parts of the roast where it's very like, haha, you support, you're a Zionist, you support Israel. And there's just something about it that I can't really sit there and laugh over it, because one, the way that it's used as a gotcha, where I just think that from stan culture to comedy bits, the way that genocide has been used as a gotcha, like support for Israel as a gotcha, is often pretty gross to witness. But also that it's like, you all are terrible. You're all shitty. You don't care about anything other than your own goddamn bag. There is no connection to the world and to the people who live in it. It's like they're trying to be edgy, except we all know that they're doing it in the safest time. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think Shane Gillis was like, I don't have any opinion on that. So it's not even that it's not even like he's a pro-Palestine guy and he's calling out Chelsea Handler's Zionism. It's just that now Zionism and Israel and genocide are all synonymous, or Zionism and Israel synonymous with dead kids, and how that's the line. Like in this particular culture that, as I said, after the 2024 election, Democrats were like, we need to reach out and get to these young men. We need to be, making appearances with people like Andrew Schultz and Joe Rogan. We need a Joe Rogan of the left. And so the shift is so clear, right? It's a very clear shift, but it's also just, it's cheap. Like in this world, in the comedy dude bro podcast type world, it's just all hollow and cheap. Like there's no applauding Shane Gillis as if he is correctly moralizing here. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. It's banal evil. They own it, and it still costs them nothing. Sorry if I'm not expressing this super eloquently, but I think it's like when I see people with watermelons in their Twitter names and are online leftists, and they share this kind of stuff, and they're like, oh my God, owned. Oh my God, he got her. I don't know. There's something that's just really kind of cheap and grotesque about it all. All of it. And this isn't, and it's not like a Shane Gillis versus Chelsea Handler, which in that clip, he was roasting her. They roast everyone who's there. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's this, for a long time, there was no support for Palestine, and mentioning Israel in any type of negative capacity would produce great consequences. And for many people, it did. For those who have the most to lose, they lose the most. And then I think there's been this move in pop culture where Zionism and Israel being used as a gotcha, being used as a way to elevate certain celebrities over others. But I'm not talking about celebrities like Hannah Einbinder or Mark Ruffalo or Javier Bardem. I'm talking about it being weaponized so cynically. And I don't know. It's like from the way that stands do this to try and say, my fave is better than your fave. The other thing I'll say too is like, there's so much disinformation online, obviously, and now people will just fake things too. They'll either make up posts or make up things that go, this celebrity is a Zionist and it's because of whatever Stan Wars, or they'll make up something for their own fave. And it's all so cynical, and it is like this serious this very serious thing that is reduced down. And I think people don't see the problem in it because it's like, well, at least it's no longer that everyone is supporting Israel. They don't point out the absurdity of it or what we need to do to change. None of them are George Carlin. Well, yeah. 100%, 1000% is the same dunking on the chud sort of progressivism that became front and center in the late 2010s and early 2020s. It's on vogue right now. It's just social posturing as activism without actually having a real stance. Yeah. Reason it feels yuck to me is that genocide is still occurring with the okay of the whole world. I can't laugh at a joke about dead babies when our governments are supporting the continued murder of babies. Yeah, and I don't think it's a like, sorry if I'm too woke. I think it's because this human suffering, this very real human suffering is ongoing and it's not changing. And so this attitude that is really gauche and really cynical in how now genocide is used as a punchline, is used as a tool in Stan Wars, as a way to, like, it's been we went from nobody ever talked about Israel's apartheid, Israel's decades of oppressing Palestinians, to October 7th happening, to then people who were opposing genocide and opposing apartheid still being in the minority of that, to then a larger shift vocally and publicly against Israel's actions, to now this kind of attitude that I think is also attributed to the fact that people have moved on from Palestine. They're like, oh, there's a ceasefire. Oh, well, Palestine, not that I think these are necessarily those who were very involved in the first place, but that it's like, oh, this stuff is now it's like normalized and mainstreamed to use genocide as a joke, as a punchline, because it's in the past. It's that we skipped the middle where you actually stopped the genocide and now they're back to brunch. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I'm like, has anybody written a thread on this? Somebody who's vocalized what I'm trying to say here. Which I know you guys are understanding what I'm trying to say, but I just don't find any of it funny. I don't find any of it funny, and I think it's good that people who are vile Zionists, who are culpable in supporting these crimes, are called out for that. But that's not the same thing as like just terrible people pointing fingers at one another in a gotcha type of way. Yeah. Yeah. Can we watch someone that actually knows how to roast someone? Yeah, I think it's because the people that are doing this have dehumanized us so much that when they make jokes, it just comes across as even more hateful and racist. Yeah, and I think it's also all these comedians who are so rich, who are at this roast. There are no consequences to it. It's like there's no consequences to any of their behavior. All of them get to just make fun of one another for being terrible people because it doesn't matter. In a time so dire, it just doesn't feel fun to see these wealthy jackasses yuck it up. Yeah, it's like the kind of comedy that I want right now is comedy that is first of all not coming from like such a vile piece of shit. But second of all, comedy that feels connected to, like really connected to the world that we are in. And that is a way to understand life and the things that happen in life. That's like poignant and relatable. And it doesn't just feel like gross and dishonest and I'm glad you're talking about this because it's been so annoying to me today. Yeah. I think it comes back to the fact that us as Americans always see issues happening on the other side of the world is not our problem. Therefore, we shouldn't pay attention. We've become so desensitized from war as well. Yeah, it's definitely this very cynical, desensitized type of vibe. The seriousness of the situation is getting more and more watered down. It's joked about like someone being openly pro-Palestine or not equates to being Team Jacob versus Team Edward. Yeah. And it's like people who get a joke about things because there are no real world consequences for them. It doesn't matter. I think about people like Mahmoud Khalil, who's still being hunted by the state. I think about protesters who are sitting in some dirty cell somewhere in a concentration camp in this country because they were standing up to power. It's like people for whom these consequences are very real. It doesn't happen to them, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. So it all just gets to be a joke.
She used to drink the Boston tap water, and she's doing okay. Fuck. Well, this show's about to take a dark turn. Or that's what I call it when Latrice does a pirouette. And Ben de la Creme isn't here, so I guess I get to be the superstar. Or maybe Ben de la Creme was here, but he left in the middle. I feel like...
Look at James!
You know Ben de la Creme, the famous queen from Seattle. Can you guys just give me a signal if Jinx is like inching towards me, please? It's been kind of a weird week and a half. I mean, I remember simpler times when people were mad about Thorgy writing a note on a piece of paper. And now people are really mad about 100,000 pieces of paper. But you know what, bitch? Rewatch that episode. The only two queens who wanted Shangela on the top were me and fucking Thorgy.
Yes. You know, the other thing I realized, where were the drag queens on the Met Gala carpet? That was, I noticed, I don't know if drag queens just weren't really invited this year like they have been in years past.
I said, Shangela deserves it. Thorgy said, Shangela, the jury, we all said she deserved it. The jury said, you know what? You've got a point. You've got a point. Death drop.
It should only be drag queens.
No, Shangela loves TV, so I did the right thing. I took my $100,000, I went to the store, I bought a huge TV, I went to Shangela's house, and I gave her the box. She loves it. She pops in and out.
I'm also obsessed with whoever filmed this.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Our other non-top two BBs of Harmony, you guys. Yes. All the way from Africa. Hey, kitty girl, it's your third world. When you walk the street, barefoot wearing sheets, hey, kitty girl. My God. You guys, she is so full of shit, though. We should call her BB Zahara Bidet. More BB jokes, but
also sorry if you don't know anything about like this world, these jokes probably don't make any sense.
Out of respect for them.
I don't know anything about anything.
And I love Kennedy. I was so ready to lose to her. She's so fucking fierce. So ready. I call her TLC because just like the popular group, her left eye's also dead. Okay. Thank you. Everybody shut up. If you interrupt me in the middle, I'm gonna call you Milk, okay? Ginger Minge, I'm not saying she's getting old.
But she's getting old. I think it was Laverne who said they're slowly being pushed out of media. They used to be invited to all kinds of things, but now crickets. Yeah, which is crazy because drag became so popular and pretty mainstream. You know, the success of Drag Race really helped with that. But yeah, I mean, there's just been an overall attempt to push drag and queer culture out of the mainstream yet again. You know who actually just talked about this was Jane Schoenbrod. Revealed how difficult it was to get teenage sex and death at Camp Miasma made. Even after the success of I Saw the TV Glow, everyone except for Mubi passed on this movie, to be totally blunt, and I think it's because the limits of what kinds of queer and trans stories are deemed commercial or not commercial. When I look around in our post-woke, post-Biden era, I don't see other trans artists getting budgets, and that's a fucking shame. I shouldn't be the only one who's making movies at this level of budget. And it's like, even Jane had a difficult time getting this movie made that stars Hannah Einbinder and Gillian Anderson. That's not good. It's not good that right as there is some progress, as we get to see more trans and queer stories and trans and queer filmmakers and artists, then that is whisked away. Then it's even it's harder again, despite the successes of trans and queer projects. Hey, Miss Kwan, I just followed so part of the late answer. You asked if anyone commented on this cultural shift. Ari Gaza, Sana Saeed, you can't escape Gaza. I also think you'd find this more relevant, but it's an hour long. I love Sana. She's awesome.
Of the last 3 years, which I'm not necessarily
thank you for
surprised
sending.
By. I'm just disappointed. It's that for a lot of people who say otherwise, genocide is not the red line for them. It just isn't. They are willing to overlook the extermination of specific groups of people who the totality of their society and their governing institutions have determined are more than just expendable, more than just necessary to kill. They are not even worthy of the bare minimum consideration of humanity. I'm talking about people who knew and know better. And the way that we can really understand this is that genocide is not just simply a material crime. It is a moral crime. And the other thing about genocide is that the group of people who are implicated in carrying it out, and I don't just, in this case, when we talk about the Palestinians, I'm not talking about just the Israelis, I'm talking about Americans too. You cannot inflict, oversee, fund, defend a violence of that magnitude, a dehumanization of that magnitude, and think that you are walking away unscathed. That you just go back to business as usual. That it's just the midterms. We just got to get them. Doesn't work that way. And so if I sound like a broken record or if I'm called a Puritan, I'm completely fine with that. Because the thing with genocide, and especially the genocide that has taken place in Gaza for 3 years now in the context of over 8 decades of occupation, displacement, and apartheid, is that it's a crime of totality.
Mm-hmm.
Every institution, every mechanism that makes this machinery, this machine of the United States work, and also the machine of our international liberal order, whatever you want to call it, function, became an instrument of genocide. And the only way to respond to a crime of totality, if we have no legal means or structural means, and where we're limited in that, is to keep talking about it and is to keep showing how so much, maybe everything, leads back to it.
Yeah. It is the crime of crimes. It's every crime at once. And just because you're not seeing it on your timelines as much, which there is a reason for that, does not mean that it is still not ongoing, and it taints everything. It does. It sucks that POC and queer artists do not get funding and distribution from, so they have to resort to companies like Annapurna or Mubi who have less than savory. Yeah. I mean, this is the whole trying to make art in a capitalist system, especially as a marginalized artist, and telling stories of other marginalized people in this world. Yeah. And that's why it's like, Mubi, so obviously it was not okay. The whole funding fiasco from last year that people were calling out, and employees at Mubi were they were collectively protesting. But also it's like, Mubi, the only company that will make films by someone like Jane Schoenbrunn. TikTok has definitely played a hand in everyone changing the way they talk about Israel from even a year ago. Yeah. So I guess what I would say, and sorry, I feel like, I just feel like my brain's not working. That's why I really need to take this upcoming weekend that I have. 'Cause my brain is just so, ooh. But I feel like obviously it's good that Israel is a pariah now and that a lot of people have a very fuck Israel mentality. But that does not mean that we can talk about these matters in a flippant way. Like it matters how we talk about Israel, how we talk about Palestine, how we talk about something like genocide. It's not okay to have this certain tone that I see all over the internet, and how genocide is used as a punchline now. It's not okay, even though when you compare things to 3 years ago, the overwhelming support for Israel was also obviously terrible. So it does matter how we talk about things, is I guess the conclusion I have here. Okay. All right. I'm going to read this piece because it is so brilliantly written. It is one of the it's one of the best cultural pieces that I have read in a minute, and it is titled The Banal Horror of Jimmy Fallon. Clips are still off, Queen. Thank you. Let me turn them back on. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, The Banal Horror of Jimmy Fallon. This is a piece in Current Affairs written by John Greenaway. Under the sterile blue lights of his studio, Fallon laughs endlessly at the same pseudo-jokes, rubs elbows with Trump and Sam Altman, and ushers in the death of culture. Woo! There is a distinctive, deeply uncanny horror to the way that Jimmy Fallon laughs. Look it up. There are literally hundreds of videos showing him breaking out into laughter at the slightest provocation. Let me show you an example of this.
Anyway, went to London, went to see his bones, and it was amazing, but segue. Anyway, the bones, it's not funny at all. I got it. Girl.
It makes you feel so uncomfortable. He's the Phoenix Joker.
It's real. It's real.
I should true. It's so where he's just constantly.
It's like he's laughing before people even say anything.
Go, Bobo. It just kept going. It just kept.
And I just took off running. So much slim.
Oh my God.
I'm the only one drinking. It's James Franco.
All right. Anyway, it's just it's an endless compilation. It is an endless compilation because this is what Jimmy Fallon does. So it's not a reaction. He sometimes won't even wait for his guests to get to their carefully scripted punchline. Rather, it's a performance, a sudden corporeal convulsion. Fallon leans in his chair as if pressed back by some unseen force. It's accompanied by the ritualistic slapping of the desk, a sound that echoes like a gavel in a courtroom. Watching The Tonight Show in the deep hours of the night, beaming out from a phone screen or laptop, There's an unshakable impression that this is not really entertainment, but a desperate kind of ritual. I'm Lunchy. Thank you for the 13. Possum Poppy, thank you for the 15 months. And one Surgeon, thank you for the 7. Fallon acts as the high priest of a terrified optimism, his rictus grin serving as a shield against the encroaching silence of the real. Here in the sanitized, overlit heart of the American culture industry, there is an inescapable horror. But it isn't a monster lurking in the shadows. It is the manic, unblinking insistence that actually there are no shadows at all. If the Gothic tradition of fear teaches us that the ruins of the past haunt the present, The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon offers the inverse. A present so forcefully flattened, so aggressively fun, that it has exorcised history entirely, leaving us trapped in a sterile, eternal loop of viral games and celebrity lip syncing while the world slides into climate collapse and fascist politics. Whoa. A typical episode of Fallon's Tonight Show has the usual staples of the late night format, the ones introduced by Steve Allen all the way back in the 1950s and perfected by Johnny Carson, who used to be The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. An opening monologue, a couple of celebrity interviews, a musical performance to close out the evening. But what has made Fallon so popular has been his use of endless, repetitive, shareable games. Night after night, he invites you to watch people you know from other shows on TV or who just coincidentally have a movie or an album to promote. And they play Pictionary. Watch them lip sync battle. When watching almost any video that goes viral from The Tonight Show, all I can think is, haven't I seen this already? Of course I have. We all have. The whole point of these dance challenges or singing challenges or party games is that they are fundamentally repeated gestures. They are shared, copied, and endlessly reproduced. These games are not true play in the revolutionary sense of the word, wherein games are unscripted, free, and disruptive. Instead, they represent the total commodification of play. In a cultural landscape dominated by the attention economy and defined by precarious labor and existential dread, Fallon presents play not as an escape from work, but as an obligatory task that must be performed, a contractual obligation to a marketing team. He recently joined forces with the soulless monstrosity that is State Farm to shill their insurance, and in a great detail, their ad highlights that you don't actually need to tell a joke for Jimmy to appear. You just need to say the word joking to summon him, like a cheap simulacra of Bloody Mary or Candyman. Advertising Fallon is indistinguishable from him on the show. After all, he's doing the exact same thing. Fallon and his pseudo-play are, as Bo Burnham pointed out in a 2016 stand-up set, the end of culture.
Entertainers, they are lying and they are manipulating you, and it's not in the good way. It's like advertising. You deserve better. I'm not saying I'm it, but I'm the guy that says you deserve better. You go get better. You say, thank you, weird man. Bye. Anyone watch us celebrity lip syncing on The Tonight Show? You know, it's the end of culture. Culture's over, everybody. We lost. This is entertainment. How is this entertainment? People we've seen too much of, mouthing along to songs we've heard too much of. And this is the bread and butter of American television. And it's always one of two things on celebrity lip syncing. It's either a male celebrity lip syncing to a woman's song, but he's not, or it's a rich, young, white actress ironically lip-syncing to a hip-hop song. Oh, fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Can you believe this song was once an honest articulation of class struggle? Fuck these people. How dare they think that them fucking around is worthy of your attention? Them playing Pictionary, your attention's a valuable thing. I worked for 3 years to get it for an hour, and I barely get there. See?
Yeah, damn. This line here, people we've seen too much of mouthing along to songs we've heard too much of. It really is just like, all right, everybody, here's your daily dose of slop. The slop machine just goes round and round and round and round. And it's nothing that's challenging. It's nothing that's new. It's nothing that's actually exciting. There's no threads that are being pulled and then followed. It's just taking up our time and attention. Watching The Tonight Show is an exercise in cultural deja vu. It's the endless repetition of the already familiar in a setting that's designed to gain our attention, but makes no other demand upon us as a viewer. The familiar cry of let people enjoy things might come in response. But this is what we're supposed to enjoy? As Kate Wagner writes for The Baffler, it may appear somewhat cruel to take entertainment to task, but the far worse alternative would be a world without criticism. A world that well-wishing people are now working to build for their bosses, one where monopolistic media conglomerates cater to our simplest desires and most superficial political awareness. Until we are all forced to communicate with memes from pods wholly owned by Disney, we're just going to have to let people dislike things. Also, criticism used to be a treasured art form. Criticism, whether film or music or culture, it was a cherished and respected art form. And that is another thing that billionaires have destroyed. Billionaires like Jeff Bezos who come in and buy up the Washington Post and then totally gut the cultural section. Fire cultural critics and reduce it down to practically nothing. And then in music criticism, how stans now have so much sway over internet discourse. And so a lot of times now music critics are afraid to be real critics, or these publications will hire people who are stans. If you try to critique the Mario or Sonic movies, the fans will straight up try to kill you. Disney gains $1 million every time someone says, let people enjoy things. Yes. And remember how, what was it, Star Wars or some Disney property where they were contemplating having stans, having people who are screaming online when there's when it's like, oh, they don't like that there's a black person cast in a lead, having them be a part of the creative process? No. I don't think that we should ever do that. Also, criticism doesn't exist in isolation. A lot of critics become artists, workers in the business themselves. Cultural criticism is, or at least it was, an art form. It was something that people studied, that was respected, that was valued, that was an accompaniment to culture. It's like you have everything in culture and the people who create culture, which includes critics. One of my favorite games critics is now also going to do music criticism for WAPO, and their first assignment is the new Drake album. Oh, gosh. Oh, goodness. Fallon presides over his rituals of play like a vampire. Okay, this is fire writing coming up. Fallon, it's all been fire writing, but particularly this section. Fallon presides over his rituals of play like a vampire, feeding not on blood, but on enthusiasm. He doesn't really converse with any of his guests. They all know what they are there for. Rather, he extracts. He demands relatability from them, draining the authenticity from the interaction until only the husk of a viral moment remains. The horror lies in the repetition, the feigned shock, the hysterical laughter at unfunny mishaps, the relentless golden retriever energy. I feel like they're also just describing phase. They're just describing so much of internet streaming. It's a performance of joy so excessive, so desperate that it reveals the void it attempts to cover. It is the logic of the assembly line applied to human connection. What Fallon offers is a standardized production of fun that feels increasingly like a desperate plea to ignore the crumbling world outside the studio walls. The real unsettling mechanism of Fallon's banal horror is its insistence on a radical non-engagement with reality, a position that, in our current political climate, is itself an aggressively political act. Fallon doesn't do politics, or if he does, he wants to keep his head down because we hit both sides equally. Tellingly, Donald Trump has called for the firing of almost all of the other late-night hosts, Colbert, Kimmel, even Seth Meyers, but excluded Fallon from his hit list because Trump recognizes that there is nothing about Fallon's empty banality that could be anything close to a threat. Contrast Fallon's head-empty, no-thoughts presentation with someone like Dick Cavett. Back in 1969, on what was, at the time, the most popular show in the country, The Dick Cavett Show, there's a 17-minute segment with James Baldwin on the possibility of Black liberation in America. There's a moment where Baldwin talks of the American system wanting him, as a Black man, to be accomplice to his own murder. The camera cuts back to Cavett, who's been listening intently. "I don't understand that last sentence," says Cavett, which leads into a discussion of the work and activism of Stokely Carmichael. What's shocking is not just the content, but the space and time given to ideas, to the intellectual and cultural problems of the world outside the studio walls. Now, the thing about Dick Cavett...
Near me.
Was Dick Cavett like the wokest dude? No. But Dick Cavett would have on interesting guests, and what he would do was follow a thread. Somebody brings something up, he'll say, what do you mean by that? And that then turns into a discussion about anything and everything. That it was a way of actually engaging with the guests that you have on your program and presenting to the audience something that's interesting and worthwhile. I'm not going to play this whole thing, but just a little example.
Mr. Baldwin, I'm sure you still meet the remark that what are the Negroes, why aren't they optimistic? And I apologize and preface this by the phrase "the Negroes" because it lumps together an awful lot of people. You and Floyd McKissick and Madam Clayton Powell and Hattie McDaniel and Jackie Robinson, and it's impossible, I suppose, to... But for want of a better phrase, if you'll allow me, they say, but it's getting so much better. There are Negro mayors. There's Negroes in all of sports. There are Negroes in politics. They're even accorded the ultimate accolade of being in television commercials now. I'm glad you're smiling. Is it at once getting much better and still hopeless?
Well, I don't think there's much hope for it, to tell you the truth. As long as people are using this peculiar language. It's what I was trying to convey before when I said that it's not a question of what happens to the Negro here, or to the Black man here. That's a very vivid question for me, But the real question is what's going to happen to this country. I have to repeat that. Now, if Negroes, don't seem to be very optimistic, it's not because they suddenly all changed from happy, shiftless, dancing darkies down on the levee, picking all that cotton and singing praises to the master. They've not changed at all. They never were optimistic. All one's got to do is listen to Swing Low, Sweet Chariot and ask yourself what that song's about. Or try to really listen to what Ray Charles is really telling you. We have lived under these intolerable conditions for how many years? Nearly 400 years. We have evolved a certain kind of style to meet it, and a lot of that has been involved with the lies we had to tell to you, and the lies we had to tell to you, this compounds that is asked to you believe because you wanted to believe it. But obviously you knew, every white man knows, that he would not himself, lying track for nothing. He would not himself allow his child to be sold from him as though the child were a mule. He would not himself allow himself not to have the autonomy of his own house and his own woman. He would not himself pick all that cotton and...
Also, the nexus of his answer was Dick Cavett saying, so people are saying that things have gotten a lot better for Black people. Is that actually true? He's asking James Baldwin, is there real progress or is it suffering that's just better disguised?
Carry it to market just because he loved white people. We all know that. And the word Negro in this country really is designed finally to disguise the fact that when it's talking about another man, a man like you, who wants what you want. And insofar as the American Republic wants to think there has been progress, they overlook one very simple thing. I don't want to be given anything by you. I just want you to leave me alone so I can do it myself. And it also overlooks another very important thing. Perhaps I don't think that this republic is a summit of human civilization. Perhaps I don't want to become like Ronald Reagan.
Also, remember, this is 5 years after the Civil Rights Act and 4 years after the Voting Rights Act. So this is in 1969. So this conversation on the most popular late night show with, you have to assume, a fully white audience is capturing the contradictions of the moment in 1969 after two of the most substantial civil rights bills had passed.
Or like the president of General Motors. Perhaps I have another sense of life, which in fact my situation here has forced me to trust. And perhaps I know more about you and your institutions than you know about me. And perhaps I have a judgment on them. Perhaps I don't want what you think I want. And if there's nothing you can give me, perhaps there is something that I can give you.
Where do you stand in relation to the Negro figures in the media we see who frighten us the most, and maybe some of you the most, the ones who want to burn it down, demolish it, the ones who have totally given up? I assume you haven't totally given up.
Well, I'm still alive. There's still breath in me. And so as long as breath is in me, I will never give up. But if you think that Rat Brown...
Have you read Giovanni's Room? I have it on my bookshelf. I haven't finished it.
Rat really and Stokely are something new. You know, I refer you back to an old song. No one even knows who wrote it. And it's supposed to be spiritual. It's supposed to be about, Christian church, but it really is a slave revolt song. The man says, if I had my way, little children, great God, if I had my way, I'd tear this building down. It is not new for me. We've always felt that. It is new for you. And if we were white, if we were Irish, if we were Jewish, if we were Poles, if we had, in fact, in your mind, a frame of reference, our heroes would be your heroes too. Nat Turner would be a hero for you instead of a threat. Malcolm X might still be alive. It is that you can face, in some ways, the discontent of white people. When they rise, they are heroes. And everyone is very proud of brave little Israel, a state against which I have nothing. I don't want to be misinterpreted. I'm not an anti-Semite. But when the Israelis pick up guns, or the Poles, or the Irish, or any white man in the world says, give me liberty or give me death, the entire white world applauds. When a black man says exactly the same thing, word for word, he is judged a criminal and treated like one, and everything possible is done to make an example of this bad nigger so there won't be any more like him. Now,
I mean, this is just really astonishing to watch, knowing that this was in 1969, and you would think, 1969 compared to 2026, and yet, in relation to the conversation we're having here, not just about Jimmy Fallon, but the overall landscape of culture. And as we're seeing this push to remove, delete anything of real substance and of challenge, it just puts it more into perspective. It's like hearing James Baldwin say these things on the most popular late night show in 1969 with, an all white audience, a white host. And this was something that a lot of people had not been exposed to rhetoric like this, to ideas like this, to discussion like that, which James Baldwin is having on this late night show. And the other thing too is that this was a year after an extremely violent 1968 with both Martin Luther King Jr. and Robert F. Kennedy's assassinations. the DNC, which was very riotous DNC, all of these civil rights protests that were happening. And he goes on this show to offer his perspective in the most honest of ways, to an audience that otherwise was probably not subjected to that. This is kind of a theme in Hacks, where Vance's talk show is prevented from having real conversations by corporate network decision making. Yeah, it's like even him mentioning Israel and talking about when white people take up guns, it is praised as, the violence is praised, but when black people do the same or use the rhetoric of revolution, then they are treated as a violent entity that needs to be squashed.
You can do this if you like, until your party is over. But I know, after all, who my heroes are. And George Washington is not one of my heroes, for example. Neither is Booker T. Washington.
He said,
what
fuck that wooden teeth,
bitch.
bitch.
To do is to accommodate me into a system which is always meant my death. They want me to become an accomplice to my own murder. That is what you really mean by integration.
Like, imagine any of these late night shows having on a Palestinian person who's saying who'd be saying the equivalent of what James Baldwin is saying on Dick Cavett's show.
Impressive. I didn't understand it. That last sentence.
Stokely Carmichael says, and he's quite right, that integration is a euphemism for white supremacy. The truth is that we have been integrated here since we got here. That is not what the battle is.
Yeah, just imagine this, inserting Jimmy Fallon's insane performative fake laughter.
At all. If Negroes in this country arrange from every color under heaven, from yours to mine, to people even blacker than me, that gives away the history and tells us what happened. Or as an old black woman once put it to me, to sum it up, she said, white people don't hate black people. If they did, we'd all be black. That's something you got to face. You, the American Republic. We are your brothers, and you're disowned brothers and sons and sisters and daughters. You got to face that.
There's a sense in which I don't think you answered my question, and we will be back in a moment. Stay with us. Mr. Baldwin, I guess what I meant by not answering my question was this. You get a kind of simple idea of what Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown mean, and it's maybe because we may not read their words in complete form, but we see them for a minute on the news, and they're yelling, get guns, burn, so forth. And all I was asking really was, are you more moderate than that in your present mood? And are they saying too much? Are they over making a point?
Well, the point that they're trying to make cannot be overstated. I'm much older than Rap, and I'm much older than Stokely. And to that extent, I can be called more moderate, I suppose. But on the other hand, the difficulty here is this. I can't, and Martin Luther King said this too in another way, I can't really ask a black boy younger than, let's say, 20 years old, all right? 17 years old, 25 years old. There are two things I can't ask him to do. I can't ask him to allow himself to live on the terms bequeathed him by the American white people of this country. I cannot ask him to allow the forces which rule this country to emasculate him. I cannot do that. I won't do that. I don't, on the other hand...
You know what this is reflective? Okay, so basically, Dick Cavett, I think, is trying to get a direct answer from James Baldwin if he ascribes to the ideology of civil rights leaders like H. Rap Brown and Stokely Carmichael, who were considered to be the scary type of civil rights leaders because they considered violence a necessary component of overturning systemic injustice, as opposed to a Martin Luther King Jr., whose whole like nonviolent ideology that white people in the United States of America felt more comfortable with, even though that's also like revisionist history as well, because the feds fucking killed MLK Jr. But anyway, Baldwin previously was talking about how the kind of generally this ideology is only a problem when it's coming from those who are the most oppressed. And so, yeah, I mean, it's kind of the like, but do you condemn? It's like, so are you more moderate when it comes to others who are calling for violent revolution against the state of Israel? Like, where do you exactly stand? I know you're saying that violence as a necessary means to overturn systemic injustice is something that's being promoted by other people, but where do you fall on this? Are you more moderate than this? Or do you also believe that violence is a necessary component?
Will not either, counsel a generation, to go out into the streets to die. But
what I will say, though, and I'm not defending Dick Cavett, but I do note a difference here versus like the rare instances that somebody in mainstream media or entertainment has on a prominent pro-Palestine figure, anti-Israel, pro-Palestine, anti-Israel figure, and that it's like they're trying to steal them into this gotcha over and over and over again, where they don't let them actually speak. Like, yeah, at least Dick's questions have enough nuance. Let him speak his mind. At least James gets to command the floor here. Right, versus Stephen Colbert grilling Zoran about anti-Semitism, which was so fucking disingenuous. And the point being to bring somebody on to trap them and get them to admit that they are, in fact, bigoted.
There's nothing in the evidence offered by the book of the American Republic which allows me really to argue with the cat who says to me, they needed us to pick the cotton, and now they don't need us anymore. And now they don't need us, they're going to kill us all off, just like they did the Indians. And I can't say it's a Christian nation.
Crockett, thank you for the 27 months.
Your brothers will never do that to you because the record is too long and too bloody. That's all we have done. All your buried corpses now begin to speak. I can't depend on the American moral credit to save some of the people whom I love, because you don't have that moral credit. You know, you told yourself, yourselves, and us for all these years, nothing but lies. Now, I want you to understand something. I'm not interested in making an accusation. I'm not even talking about the past. I'm talking about the present. This is not an accusation. It is a plea for the life of this country. Because no matter what I say, no matter what Martin said, the despair in the ghetto, the despair throughout the country accumulates with every hour. And people grow up much faster than you think they do. People are uptight about Stokely now because he said black power. No one is concerned about white power, which is now wiping out Southeast Asia. No one's concerned about the white power, which keeps my children in the ghetto, which does not educate my children, except to become inferiors. This is power. And when the Republic reacts as it did to the linking of the two words power and black, it's a confession of what the country has done with its power.
Have you ever thought that there might be a base?
It's somebody said it feels like they're actually having a conversation. Yes, where it's not like every 2 seconds. Okay, but do you condemn violence? Okay, so you're saying that you're saying that you're pro-violence. You're actually cheering on you're cheering on political violence. It's like not a conversation, but instead a firing squad and just a circularity of gotchas where it's like, actually, I'm not interested in hearing what you have to say. I'm just trying to steer you into this corner that you can't get out of.
For prejudice against Negroes specifically that is maybe deeper than anything anybody has said yet. I don't mean that I'm about to say it, but I mean by this, is it possible that you always have to deal with the prejudice against Negroes separately from almost all other racial prejudices? And has anyone ever offered a theory that it's something unrational, something sub-rational, some almost tribal, irreducible fear of the color black or something that may put that kind of prejudice into another category?
A great many people have suggested that, but I'm not sure that I entirely buy that. I'm not, I was lucky enough or desperate enough to live outside this country for a while. And I observed, that if I walk down the streets of Paris or Stockholm or Istanbul with, Phyllis, for example, nobody even noticed it. The only people I've known, the only people who really get uptight when they see a black boy working with a white girl, for example, are Americans. And I've seen this 1,000 times, I've seen it once. We're walking down the street, she and I talking to each other, minding our own business. Or I'm walking down the street by myself, and here comes, somebody, with his girl. And something happens in his eyes, something happens in his face. I don't want his girl. I haven't even seen him. I don't care what they're doing. But something stiffens in him. Some trigger goes off in him. As I'm going to steal the girl. Well, it isn't because I'm black. It's because people pay for what they do. It's not because I want to steal his girl that he's uptight about me walking down the street, or uptight about Phyllis and me walking down the street. He's uptight because of some buried guilt. He knows what he's done. People always know. They pretend they don't, but they know. I don't want to rape, white women. But, I know how many of my women have been raped. And I know by whom, and so do you.
Damn.
Now, in fact, I don't think anything in the black ferment, the black revolution, really involves revenge or is vindictive at all. It is the white imagination, the guilty white imagination, which makes this out of it, and it's this which paralyzed us in all our social activities. It's the reason no one knows anything about the labor unions, the schools, the situation of the people in the ghetto, nothing about the police, who are a very real menace.
I think what he said there about, not seeking revenge, when you listen to like Zionists and racists and supremacists talk about the Palestinian people, talk about people who have been, black and brown people who've been historically oppressed, they do so in a way that seems to identify that actually they would be deserving of revenge. That it's like, if this had happened to me, then I would be seeking revenge. Like there's almost an admission in the fear of oppressed people fighting back because the recognition that actually they do deserve vengeance. And so it turns, fighting against an oppressive system, fighting for freedom into, it's an act of vengeance because of what we've done to them. I see it all the time with people's fear of like land back for Native Americans. Historically, people who do the wrong are aware it's very fucked up, and the fear stems from knowing that what you've done can be done to you. Yes, where it's like, if we free Palestine, they are going to seek vengeance because of what has been done to them. That if we free them, then we will then suffer the violent acts that have been done that we have done to Palestinians for decades, that we have done to Black Americans, that we have done to Native Americans. It's why America was terrified of slave rebellions. Yes, it's why they always try and put rebellions down. One, because they want to keep the they want to keep the oppression going, but also because of that fear that things will be turned back around on them. And that's where the, a lot of the fear mongering and insistence that people need to remain in chains, without directly saying that, because again, if you say that, then you are fully acknowledging that you have put them in chains. And so Zionists can't acknowledge that they have been oppressing the Palestinian people. But there is still when you actually listen to what they're saying, knowing that they do know, and they have found ways to justify it. And they have created this fantasy where they have to do this. But yes, it is the fear of revolution. This is like the entire basis of the empire. So many people tell you that we need to do the oppression because anyone else would do it worse. And it's like, you have to keep oppressing, because if you don't, then it's going to turn back around on you. It's like, I killed this person's entire family, so now I have to keep them from being free, or else they're going to kill my family. Because why wouldn't they? I killed their family. It's because these people only view things in one, in one specific way, which is violence being done for the sake of oppression, not violence as a way to fight back against oppression. Can never let the chickens come home to roost. That's literally the arguments in support of also oppressing the children of enemies. Right. Where it's like, we killed all these children are orphans because we killed their parents, we killed their family members. And so they are going to grow up and do terrorism. Well, okay. Well, first of all, let's define terrorism here. Terrorism was done to the people who are orphaned now, children who are orphaned now. Terrorism was done to their families. And it's very reactionary in believing that people will turn around and do that same level of violence, when really violence is done because they are oppressed. But they think like, okay, so if they beat back the system, they're not going to stop. They're not going to be satisfied with their freedom. They're going to try and kill us all. That's the line you hear all the time. They're going to kill us all. They're going to kill us all. These babies are going to grow up and do terrorism.
Every black cat alive in this country, and no matter how many people say, you're being paranoid when you talk about police
it's like the eye for eye mentality.
I survived those streets, those precinct basements. I know, and every black cat in this country knows what the policeman is really like. And furthermore, I'll tell you this: I know what he was like when I was really helpless. How many beatings I got, and I know what happens now because I'm not really helpless. But I know too that if I haven't got the presence of mind, to do whatever I have to do, he doesn't know that this is Jimmy Baldwin and not just some other nigga. You're gonna blow my head off just like he blows off everybody else's head. And this is done with the will of the state. And this cannot be overstated. Mm-hmm. It can happen to my mother in the morning, to my sister, to my brother. It's only now beginning to be born on you since it's happening to your heroes. What has happened all these years to us? Mm-hmm. For me, this has always been a violent country. It has never been a democracy.
Right. I do get the feeling that you overstate for rhetorical purposes sometimes. And when you say the thing about the policeman, the simple phrase wants come to my mind, but there are some good policemen, in the sense that when you say, I could never vote for the Republican.
And it is fundamentally a different kind of violence when it is being done by the oppressor and then when it is being done by the oppressed. Because the oppressor uses violence in order to oppress, in order to have absolute power and control. Those who are oppressed use violent means in order to free themselves of that oppression, because the goal for them is liberation, whereas the goal for the oppressor is total and absolute power.
As long as Nixon is in the party, or I could never vote for the Democrats as long
resistance
as, who shall I say?
versus oppression.
Senator Eastland or...
Senator Eastland, for example.
But that leaves no door open. There's no hope then.
Door to what?
Gustavo Petro, the Colombian president, was previously in a guerrilla, talks about being warriors for love instead of for these fascist fucks who feed on hate.
Let me try to make it very clear. What I'm saying may be stated badly or awkwardly, but what I'm trying to say cannot be overstated. No tongue can overstate it. It takes you a long time in stammering to state it.
I agree. There's no eloquence equal to the race problem.
And of course, there are some good policemen. Yeah. No doubt.
I just think you risk being misunderstood by people who would be, pardon the expression, sympathetic by what sounds like too broad a statement.
That is the white liberal mindset. Or in today's version, guy who actually doesn't care about your cause, who has thoughts on how you are handling fighting for the cause.
You must understand that part of what is happening.
But the optics, James.
My experience of life, I'm using myself as a black man, right? And your experience of life, you as a white man, okay? Mm. And you say sympathetic, for example. But you overlook, I hate to put it this way, it may sound like an overstatement too, that I, historically speaking, have lived here with your sympathy. For a very long time. It may have occurred to me now that if I could live with your sympathy as long as I have, I can possibly live without it.
He's
I want
so good.
Anymore. Maybe I can't afford it anymore. Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking about individual policemen, and no doubt Nixon loves his children. I'm talking about the structure of which these people work. Yes. Policemen in the ghetto are not there, no matter what liberal newspapers may say, are not there to protect my life. They're there to protect your property.
Stay with us. Stay with us. We'll be back after this message.
God, James Baldwin is just so good. Man, he is such a lyrical quality that it's just impossible to turn away from. He's such a true poet, a true philosophist, a true intellectual, and a true truth spitter, a real truth spitter. Yeah, he's so good. And yeah, I mean, I appreciate that he was able to have that conversation. So anyway, returning back to this piece on Jimmy Fallon. Do you watch Smiling? Yes, I do. Is this the... Yes. Yeah, Mr. Frog talks to Jimmy Fallon.
Thank you so much, Big Ear. Thank you.
Hello. It's good to be here. Hello.
So we've been friends for a long time, and which is why it's been so tough to see you go through all this.
Thank you. It's been tough with everything that's been going on with my life. Hello.
Yeah, why don't you tell me about that a little bit? Like what was the worst part about the whole ordeal, working on your show?
Probably working with all those filthy.
That was really bad.
Could you like the James Baldwin thing? Yes. Yeah, hold on.
Near me.
Here you go. Okay. But contrast Fallon's head empty, no thoughts presentation with someone like Dick Cavett back in 1969 on what was at the time the most popular show in the country. There's a 17-minute segment with James Baldwin on the possibility of black liberation in America. There's a moment where Baldwin talks of the American system wanting him as a black man to be an accomplice to his own murder. The camera cuts back to Cavett, who's been listening intently. I don't understand that last sentence, says Cavett, which leads into a discussion of the work and activism of Stokely Carmichael. What's shocking is not just the content, but the space and time given to ideas to the intellectual and cultural problems of the world outside the studio walls. In contrast, Fallon is desperate to keep the real world out. In his interviews, he barely seems to be listening to his guests, waiting for them to finish speaking so his rituals can begin anew. The constant forced joviality can't completely conceal an encroaching terror, the horror of the political world that keeps threatening to break down the walls around his studio castle. This machinery of niceness reaches points of fracture, but only occasionally. The most infamous was back in September of 2016 when Fallon hosted Donald Trump. He sat with the then candidate not to interrogate or even lampoon him, but to perform a brief, cozy skit culminating in Fallon mussing Trump's hair. The moment was not just a lapse in judgment, it was the ultimate logical endpoint of the show's ideological structure. Everybody remembers this moment. The Tonight Show is built to liquefy all phenomena into content. Trump, the political reactionary and demagogue, the harbinger of a crisis, was treated not as a threat to democracy or a figure of public concern, but just another wacky celebrity guest willing to play along. Fallon and his show are not horrifying because they are malevolent, actively creating suffering in the world, but because of a thoughtless, systematic refusal to perceive any of their work as having ethical consequences. Trump's monstrosity becomes merely eccentric, as neoliberal media packaged as entertainment normalizes a failing status quo. Whew. Another example. Paris Hilton went on the show in 2022 to discuss her then recent wedding. In the video, Jimmy even holds up a framed picture from the altar. On cue come the awes from the audience. We're told that Paris didn't cry, but her fiancé and now husband did. Jimmy laughs at this for no discernible reason. Then comes the horrifying turn. They start talking about NFTs, non-fungible tokens, the pictures of cartoon primates that were briefly supposed to be the future of finance. Jimmy pulls out a picture of Paris's NFT, one of the infamously fugly Bored Apes. Fallon's face is a perfect death mask of impassivity, his eyes a blank and empty void. He confesses that he has one too. We've watched this clip a few times. You want me to? Okay.
Welcome back to the show, and congrats on getting married.
I don't want to watch this whole thing.
This is a big deal. It happened.
Yep.
This Thursday. Down the aisle. What went wrong?
It was
something always goes wrong at a wedding.
It was mad.
I'm sorry, but saying it's so funny, it doesn't make it.
Oh?
50 most influential people in the NFT space kill me.
Thank you. I'm so proud. I love being a part of this community and being a voice and sharing my platform.
I cannot believe I missed out on the opportunity to be one of the top 50 most influential people in the NFT space. Where have I gone wrong in my life? What am I doing? What are the choices that I have made? How did I not end up on Forbes 50 most influential people in the NFT space? In life, I don't know what I was going to do without Paris being a voice for NFTs. I'm so glad that you had this moment. Okay. I am never playing that clip ever again. I've played it too many times, but also it will probably pop up again. So that's that moment from 2022. Yep. You can practically see the blood dripping from Jimmy Fallon's mouth and eyes. There has not yet been a second giveaway, but perhaps with this particular blend of vapid, ritualistic positivity and speculative, environmentally damaging technology once was enough. The peak of this banal nightmare arrived only recently when Sam Altman, the serene architect of our contemporary algorithmic enclosure, sat across from Fallon to discuss the most intimate of human labors, the rearing of a child, and how he simply couldn't imagine raising his newborn baby without the help of ChatGPT. With the flat, bloodless affect of a man who has already priced in the end of the world. God, I need to just commit this to memory. What a line. A man who has already priced in the end of the world. Altman described using ChatGPT as a parental surrogate. Unlike with Hilton, here the audience is deathly quiet.
Sam, you've been considered one of the
the number about I am just if you know how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. Clearly, people did it for a long time, no problem.
Yes,
but
yeah.
So I know it's clearly was possible.
Yes, it was possible.
But I have relied on it so much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously like the most important thing to happen in my life. So it's top of mind and I use it all the time. But like I was, a couple of months ago, I was at a party. I was talking to this guy and, we had kids about the same age, so we were talking about that. And, he was like, oh, what's your kid doing? Normal conversation.
How does Sam Altman affect my algorithm? Because social media algorithms are being driven by all the fucking generative AI that's everywhere. These GPT models that are generating just endless slop online. So much of dead internet theory being attributed to bots and other AI generated content.
And he's like, yeah, these, 6 months old, once they start crawling, it's everywhere. They go everywhere. And I was like, my 6-month-old can't crawl yet. And he was like, you sure, maybe, he's like, you sure about that? You think he's okay? And I was like,
mine can't.
I was like, well, I think he's like about to start. I'm sure he's doing fine. And by the way, I bet my kid can do a lot of things yours can't. So it's all right. But then I ran to the bathroom and I was like, do I need to take my kid to the doctor tomorrow morning? Is this okay?
Should every kid be able to walk at 6 months?
Yeah, crawl. And I mean, yours can't.
No, yours, mine walked at
right.
Yeah.
But
mine was on Dancing with the Stars at 7 months.
There we go.
Semi-finalist, no big deal.
But it was a really, I got this great answer back, which was of course it's normal. Of course you don't need to go to the doctor. Parents do all these sorts of things. And by the way, and it's personalized, ChatGPT gets to know you. And by the way, you're the CEO of OpenAI, you probably are around all these high achieving people. Maybe you don't want to project that onto your kid and you should just relax and he'll be fine and whatever. And I was like, oh, okay.
I've seen you in a couple of interviews too where you were saying people were asking you about chapters and
course and a long list of things. A really great way. I hope doing better math than our best. You draw upon your past experiences. You think really hard. You write something down. Maybe you see how it goes. You see how someone responds. You see if it works.
ChatGPT is so nice to me.
And then you build on top of that and on top of that and on top of that. So we're at the point now where the models can think harder and come up with new information.
And what's the biggest thing you see happening out of ChatGPT in the next 5 years?
5 years is a long time. In 5 years, I think next year, I hope we'll start to see these models really make small but important new scientific discoveries. And in 5 years, I hope they're curing diseases.
Thank you so much for coming on and talking about this stuff. I appreciate this. And please
thanks for having me.
Hug that little baby.
I'll do that.
Sam Altman, everybody. We'll be right back with more Tonight Show.
Yeah, I'm sure that's really what these guys care about. I'm so sure. It kind of comes off like there's an alien inside of Jimmy that's controlling him and doesn't understand English that just laughs to make it through. It's just completely dead inside. When was this interview? I think it was earlier this year. We talked about it when it happened. And I think it was this year. Maybe it was last year. I don't know. Okay. Altman described using ChatGPT as a parental surrogate. Unlike with Hilton, here the audience is deathly quiet. As Altman offers up the future of his own offspring to the black box of his company's large language model, Fallon's grin never wavers. It is the ultimate gothic inversion. The living child is transformed into a data set to be optimized, while the host performs a pantomime of joy to mask the sound of a tomb clicking shut. The horror of The Tonight Show is perfected not in its live broadcast, but in its fragmentation and digital afterlife. The show is precision crafted for algorithmic engagement. Every episode is around 90 minutes of filming, whose primary purpose is to generate 10 minutes of highly clickable YouTube content. Fallon isn't really a host. He's more a content curator, constantly mining the moment for its potential as a self-contained, shareable commodity. The true audience is not the people watching at home at 11:30 p.m., but the anonymous mass scrolling through video feeds the next morning. The original broadcast becomes merely the raw material for the machine, haunted by its digital offspring. This is where the gothic element reasserts itself, the uncanny feeling that the show you are watching is not really happening. It's a ghostly simulacrum, merely rehearsing itself for its eventual, more profitable existence as a series of clips. Yeah. Viral clip farming. That said, the live studio audience plays a crucial, though ultimately passive role in this arrangement. Their exaggerated, almost robotic applause and laughter are essential. Excuse me. They provide the necessary social proof that the segment is indeed fun. They are asked to perform the joy that the viewer might no longer feel. The audience, under the thrall of the glowing applause sign, becomes, in effect, a collective mechanism for suppressing negative critique, enforcing the manufactured consensus that this vapid spectacle is exactly what we want and exactly what we deserve. The horror of The Tonight Show is not found in any singular problem, but in the totality of its project, the systematic replacement of the real world with a brightly lit simulation of niceness. Fallon is the court jester of the Anthropocene, a figure who invites us to watch celebrities play parlor games on stage while the air outside the studio begins to smell of tear gas and smoke. In Fallon's sterile loop of viral repetition comes the final victory of the commodity over human beings, a world where even our laughter is outsourced to the demands of the algorithm. You don't even need jokes anymore. All you need is to say something that sounds like it could be a joke, and the hollow laughter will come. To watch Fallon is to stare at the face of a culture that has chosen the comfort of a rictus grin over the heavy, necessary terror of the truth. It serves as a grim warning. If we cannot reclaim our play, our politics, and our presence from this algorithmic void, we will be left with nothing but the echoes of a desk being slapped in an empty room for an audience that has long since ceased to exist. Whoa. An alcoholic algorithmic jester. Yeah. America has always cared more about comedy and music than things of actual substance. It's like a second religion. But I will say, though, that I think there is this emptiness to so much of culture now. And as more and more of our culture is consolidated and put into the hands of a few of the world's most powerful and evil individuals, it's a death sentence. Fallon's got to be on some weapons grade shit. Well, there was the report that came out in Rolling Stone. What was that in 2 years ago? Yeah, 3 years ago, where there were reports and allegations that Fallon he's been a real mess at work, intoxicated, reports that he has behaved very erratically, that the environment is very toxic. He's been drunk for like a decade straight, basically. A baby is getting healthcare from ChatGPT. The screen tells me to clap. He told the Mamdani joke again. Screen says clap. Screen says clap. Screen says clap. And I think it is a sign, too, that late night has been targeted by this administration, except for Jimmy Fallon, because Jimmy Fallon is exactly the type of empty, banal, cultural death slop that this administration and our political system wants us to embrace, wants us to think is like what we deserve. Clap now. Clap, clap, applause, applause. AC Bug, thank you for the 3 months. Carrie Sound, thank you for the 20 months. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, monkeys, clap. Clap, monkeys. Screen says clap. Give me your Prime subs. Clap, clap. Give me your Prime subs. Clap, clap. Yeah. So anyway, I just thought that was a great piece. I love a great piece of real biting cultural analysis. Just absolutely describing the banal horror of Jimmy Fallon in the most accurate of ways. I've always wanted to see Three Labubus doing 6'7" behind Sydney Sweeney on the Jimmy Fallon show. Sidewinder, thank you for the Prime. Wallflower, thank you for the 11 months. Anon, thank you for the bits. Yes, I will link. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. Okay. Wow. What else do I have for y'alls? Oh, you know what? I wanted to play this clip of Martin Short talking about his daughter, Catherine, who died by suicide. And I just thought it was a really beautiful, empathetic way of talking about not just his daughter, but others who struggle with depression and mental illness. Yeah, let's all cry now. Cry, cry, cry. Everybody cry. Hal Jordan, thank you for the bits. Sky, thank you for the bits. EJ, thank you for the 5 months. Okay.
The documentary is devoted to 2 people, to Catherine O'Hara and then your daughter, Catherine. Is there anything you want to share about Catherine? I'm so sorry.
You know, it's been a nightmare for the family, but...
Also, his wife had died of cancer, and then he lost his daughter, so he's been through a lot.
Understanding.
And he lost Catherine O'Hara, so protect Martin Short, protect this man. Kate, thank you for the bits. Anonymous Gifter, thank you.
That mental health and cancer, like my wife, are both diseases. And sometimes with diseases, they are terminal. And my daughter fought for a long time with extreme mental health, borderline personality disorder, other things, and did the best she could until she couldn't. So Nan's last words to me were, "Mart, let me go." And she was just saying, "Dad, let me go." So I hold a deep desire, and that's why I'm involved with this organization, Bring Change to Mind, which Glenn Close started, which is taking mental health out of the shadows, not being ashamed of it, not hiding from the word suicide, but accepting that this can be the last stage of an illness. And that's my approach to this.
Yeah, I just love what he said about his daughter trying her very best until she couldn't do it anymore. What a raw and poignant way to explain it. Yeah, and the fact that I think even as we have culturally gotten better about speaking on mental health and being more open with talking about the prevalence of mental health issues, there is still this misunderstanding around mental illness. And sometimes, as he says, like a disease, like cancer, there's only so much you can do. And even when you have all the resources available to you, like Catherine Short did, her father is Martin, she had resources available to try and help her with her mental, struggle with mental illness, at the end of the day, she couldn't do it anymore. It was, the disease was too powerful. And when he says, we need to talk more openly about things like suicide, because there is still so much shame around just even the word. People who I think whisper that word, people who believe that suicide is still a failure, whether it's a failure of, whether it's a societal failure or it's a personal failure. And sometimes somebody just can't keep going, and they fight as hard as they can until they can't anymore. The expectation is get medication and be better. Right. The expectation being, if you get the treatment you need, then you'll be fine. It's kind of like this inevitable, you will be better if you simply do all these things you're supposed to do. And sometimes that's just not the case. And then you become afraid to even share it, because people's first instinct is to ask if you have a plan or to commit you, or be like, you just need to go to therapy. You just need to be medicated. It's like, some people do all those things, and they're afraid to express how they're feeling, afraid to be honest, because people's instinct will be, oh, well, we just need to get you more help. Oh, you just haven't done all the things that you can do. And he refers to it as a disease, and then links it to cancer, another disease, and the disease he lost his wife to try and put those, to try and show the similarities there. That's the coward way out. Yeah. I'm going to time you out for a week, because you are wrong. And that is a really harmful attitude to have. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The stigma still around mental illness, around suicide, that people like you believe that strong people don't die by suicide and weak people die by suicide. So if you die by suicide, it means that you are a weak person. When the reality is that, like a disease, sometimes there is nothing that a person can do, and they succumb to the disease that they have. Like Martin Short's daughter, who I'm sure he knows better than you do, how his daughter fought until she couldn't fight anymore. And his daughter, I am sure, had access to the best treatments that somebody in her state could have, and it still was not enough. And she said to her father, you have to let me go, because I just can't fight this anymore. So I'm wrong? Yes. Yes, you are wrong. And that kind of attitude doesn't make things better here. I have a respect for life. I've never thought about suicide. That's great. That's great that in your own personal life, this is not something that you have struggled with. That is not applicable to other people. You do not get to decide how other people are or how they should be based on your own personal life. And it's called having empathy. It's called understanding that not everybody is you. Not everybody is you. It's not a choice. Yeah, it's not a choice. It changes your brain. Let me just fucking run this back.
The documentary is devoted to two people, to Catherine O'Hara and then your daughter, Catherine. Is there anything you want to share about Catherine? I'm so sorry.
You know, it's been a nightmare for the family, but the understanding that mental health and cancer, like my wife, are both diseases. And sometimes with diseases, they are terminal. And my daughter fought for a long time with extreme mental health, borderline personality disorder, other things, and did the best she could until she couldn't. So Nan's last words to me were, Mart, let me go. And she was just saying, Dad, let me go. So I hold a deep desire, and that's why I'm involved with this organization, Bring Change to Mind, which Glenn Close started, which is taking mental health out of the shadows, not being ashamed of it, not hiding from the word suicide, but accepting that this can be the last stage of an illness. And that's my approach to this.
And I think this speaks to why when somebody who is in a position where they are financially secure, where they have the conditions in their lives to an outsider would appear to be conditions that would not be conducive to dying by suicide, succumbing to mental illness. But it happens. And every time people be like, well, I don't understand. They were rich. They were famous. They have so much more than I have. I'm still going and I make minimum wage. And it's like, that's not how mental illness works. Thank you, my love. It's not something that people can just get over because they have more resources than other people do. Caroline, thank you for your words. I've been struggling with it a lot more recently. I'm going to therapy and it's been so hard for me to talk to anyone about it. And I think what happens is then the blame is put on people who are struggling, where it's like, well, go to therapy. You go, I am in therapy. Okay, well, do more therapy. Okay. It's like, okay, well then medicate yourself. I am on medication. All right, well then do all these other things, because surely there is something. Surely there's the thing. And the option that there's no thing is just not an option at all. He clearly loved her so much, and the fact he doesn't blame her or himself speaks to how much he loved her, and she still couldn't do it. It's never that simple. It's not about being brave or being a coward. It's something people suffer with, whether they outwardly appear strong or not through it. It is not relevant. They shouldn't be suffering. Yeah, it's not a choice to just simply not suffer. You can't willpower yourself out of it. And yes, there are plenty, of course, we can talk about having access to mental health resource, like mental health is healthcare. And yes, there's absolutely the truth of needing to provide that for people in our society. But having access to support is not the same thing as like, oh, that will then take away people's pain. That will take away mental illness. Just exercise more and eat better. Yeah. She had borderline personality disorder too. That condition isolates the person, causes extreme emotions to be felt, which hurts the individual greatly. She got a bad hand of cards and did her best. It's not like she physically. Yeah. And I think him saying she did the best she could until she couldn't any longer. I just really appreciate that. I really appreciate that Martin Short shared that, because I think a lot of people needed to hear that. And I think it is a purely empathetic statement. Like, people talk about empathy all the time, and I think a lot of times empathy gets watered down from its actual meaning. Saying she did the best she could until she couldn't is genuine empathy. I'm still trying to unwrite the message that I should be better fixed after all the treatment I've received. Thank you for talking about this. Well, thank Martin Short, because I appreciate Martin Short for saying what he said and spurring this conversation. And he's been through so much. He has lost so many people, not just his wife and not just his daughter. And the fact that he still speaks in such a beautifully empathetic way, like in a very human way. I hate to reference a movie, but I reference movies all the time. That's the power of art. But I'm reminded of John Coffey's lines at the end of The Green Mile where he mentions how tired he is. Yeah, he's like, I'm tired and I'm ready to go. Also on this topic, great streamer who's also a therapist is Dr. Mick. He has some great info on topics in this realm, and on YouTube I've learned a lot there. And let me just say that I will never give... I'm not going to give individual mental health advice because I am not you and I am not a professional. I'm just here to help foster these kinds of conversations and to remind us of what empathy actually is. So just to make it clear of how I view my role, and I am not a person who in my life has struggled with mental illness as a disease. When I have experienced anxiety or sadness, it's not in the same way as for people who it's been a lifelong struggle, and I recognize that. So I don't want to ever, put myself in a position where I say, I know because I've been there, because I know that I have not been where a lot of people have and often return to. Suicide is a really difficult thing to understand. One of the most difficult things to understand. And the fact that Martin Short, having experienced the loss of his daughter from suicide, is able to speak so poignantly like that is really amazing. That it isn't, I don't think it's something that we can understand for those of us especially who have not ever been in a place like that. But that's where the empathy comes in. That's where looking at something like suicide in the face and coming to this kind of realization, this understanding, is all we can really do. May I ask, when you are sad, how do you ground yourself for you? Well, when I'm sad, I usually try and feel, I try and feel connected to people, to this world. So being outside, going for a walk, feeling sunshine on my face, having a conversation with friends, doing something social, because my feelings of sadness are pretty much related to the news that I consume and then share my thoughts on. And so I understand that link there. So I know for me, I have to zoom out. I have to take a break. I have to like not be so online. I have to not like lose myself so deeply in the stuff that I'm talking about. Sometimes I just need to go to bed. Yeah. Sometimes it's like I need to, I have been slacking in taking care of my own self. So that means taking a shower. That means, washing my hair. That means reading a book that's not a tragic memoir. That means like doing things that will help to bring more balance back into my life. But I would never say to somebody who suffers from depression, I wouldn't be like, just go do these things I do and you'll be fine. Doing your nails? Yeah. I mean, look, the concept of self-care when it's not like spending all your money on endless products, but self-care can be, as I said, washing your hair, doing something to just make yourself feel like you're taking care of yourself. And not all depression is the same. Right. So I will, when I talk about not being so online, zooming out, that's not me speaking specifically to people who struggle with mental illness. Doing your laundry and dishes is self-care. Yes. Cleaning. Like a lot of times when things feel really intense, I will go do something with my hands, right? I'll do something that will keep me busy. And sometimes like I'm obsessed with cleaning wipes. Like I love to just take a cleaning wipe and wipe surfaces when I feel as if I need to do something, or else I'm just gonna lose my mind. Something you can control and see immediate results on. Yeah. So there's a lot of things that I think can be generally helpful to many of us, but that is not the end all be all. That there's not like one solution for every person, despite this chatter who I hope on their timeout will come back and be more empathetic and not such a jerk. Despite what that chatter said about what, like it's hard, just be strong, bro. Don't be weak sauce. Just be strong. What does that even mean? Like, what does just be strong even mean? Yeah, you know what it is? It's the man up attitude. Man up. Come on. Just get it together. I'm hoping that chatter is just ignorant, but that was an insane thing to say. Yeah, I mean, I timed him out for a week rather than ban them. They probably won't come back, but that's a really toxic attitude to have. Not just for the people around you, but also for yourself, because it means that you are also limiting you are also limiting in your own life, where it's like, if you're experiencing something that your being strong can't overcome, then it results in you lashing out at yourself. It results in you self-loathing and treating your feelings as a personal failure. It's why a lot of us with suicidal thoughts are afraid to speak out, because we're used to hearing responses like that. Yeah. I mean, I have friends who have been suicidal or have had suicidal ideation. And I think sometimes, because I'm not a person who has experienced that, I'm not a person who has mental illness, they with good reason, are afraid to express that because a lifetime of experiences tells them to be afraid to express that. And I have worked at trying to be more helpful, trying to conduct myself in a more productive manner when I have a conversation with a friend who is opening up in that way. And it can be hard. I think I wouldn't, I would not deny that is something that can be scary to hear. And it depends on the person. Sometimes it's a cry for help in that they need somebody to just listen to them, And other times it's like, okay, how can I help you beyond listening? What are other steps it just depends. It depends on the person. And I think you shouldn't expect to conduct yourself perfectly in every situation. But I think we can all be more empathetic and also try and understand the nature of mental illness more, especially if we don't have it ourselves. For these people, be strong means don't show emotion, don't show vulnerability, suppress it all, let it fester. Ironically, that mentality probably contributes to the male suicide rates being high. It's so destructive. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of assumed that chatter was male. One, because the majority of chatters on Twitch are male, so you can usually safely assume, but also because that just felt straight out of our patriarchal world. Like, whoop, pulling that line out. That's been said a million times. Their PFE is their photo ostensibly. That was like the chatter who was screaming at me the other night about the movie. When I was like, you know what? You're giving that you're a man, and then they try to say, I'm a woman, and then their profile photo was very much so male Reddit dude. It was like, yeah, I usually am not wrong, or not wrong often, when it comes to at least being able to read when someone is a man. This is a bit of a hot take, but I don't think involuntary holds help. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but involuntary holds don't help me at all. I just feel like I'm being punished for being mentally ill. I think, again, it depends on the situation. Of course, we've got a long history of involuntary holds being not the right decision, but I kind of always caution against just having an absolutist take on stuff like this, where sometimes that's what's needed. But if there's no follow up to it, if it's just like we're holding this person and then releasing them, then obviously that's not good. Also, that kind of being that kind of historically being a go-to, it's not good as well. Have you seen No Way Out with Kevin Costner and Sean Young? It would be I have not. How do I read Caroline Quant? Are you asking how do you read books, like literature? Or how do you read me as a person? I feel like I'm pretty open book. I don't really. What? Is there something you're trying to get a read on me, or? You're trying to learn how to read. What am I hiding? I don't know. If you find out, let me know. If you find out what I'm hiding, let me know. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't share like every detail in my personal and private life, obviously, but I try my best to be as real as I can without it being performatively real, without it being like, I'm so real. Is anybody as real as I am? I don't think so. You know, you look up the definition of real in the dictionary and it's my face. Of course not. That's for Will to share. Yes, the things that I don't share then get shared on a podcast. I'm so genuine. Clap. Clap, monkeys, clap. That chatter is in my whispers talking about knocking his dad. The chatter from before, block them. I'm sorry. That's really not okay. Block that chatter. What the fuck? You know what's interesting is like that is as fucked up as that is. That's clearly somebody who is like, I need someone to talk to, which funny considering their perspective, their take on Catherine Short's suicide. Of like, just get over it. Just be strong, bro. Just ban them. Just block and ban people like that. You don't need to deal with that. He thinks that means he's struggled and can have these opinions. Okay. All right. Yeah, your opinions fucking suck, but sure, I guess you get to have your opinions, but we don't have to listen to them. Hi, Caroline. I'm a hotline crisis counselor with years of experience. I'm open to answer any questions. Biggest advice I can give when calling crisis hotline 988 is if you get someone that's not supportive, say this call is feeling uncomfortable and call back after a while to maybe get a different counselor. That's great advice. That's the same thing too with a therapist where, look, it's not a one size fits all. You need a therapist who works with you in the way that you need it. And I think sometimes people think the first therapist that they work with is the only therapist they can work with. Also, therapy is not a magical solution. All these things. Therapy is not a magical solution. Therapy is not a one size fits all. Sometimes you have to try out different therapists. You have to change therapists. Please don't just settle on the first therapist that you try because they might not be suited for your needs. They might not be good. Right? No, it might not be good for you. Specifically, answer Caroline's questions. If Chad has questions, please call their local crisis or 988. I guess I'm curious as a hotline crisis counselor, how often in your experience do people call because they just need a person to talk to? They just need someone to listen to them. You don't know whether my therapist is magical. I found her on Etsy. 95% of the time. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, that it's almost everyone who calls is needing someone to just sit there and listen to them and not judge, I think, too. I'm sure that's a big part of the crisis counseling training, is to remove judgment, assumptions, all that from your rhetoric. All they want to be is listened to. Most of fun or not fun fact, most of our calls don't require emergency services. Info for people scared to call. Yeah, fun or not fun fact. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I think obviously also there's the, like, if this is an emergency, hang up and call 911. But yeah, sometimes it's someone's first foray into getting help. I think I think that's why crisis hotlines are so important, and why when Donald Trump fucking defunded LGBTQ specific crisis hotlines, it's just one more vile thing that he's done. But yeah, for a lot of people, it's like they have never talked to anybody, or they don't have anyone, or don't feel that they have anyone that they can talk to. And it's such a lonely feeling, I can imagine. I kind of miss what led to talking about. Well, we started talking about this because of Martin Short. Also, let me play the trailer to Marty, Life is Short. Hey, Marty.
I'll tell you something about Marty. Let's say you're going to host a dinner party, and you invite Marty. I loved you in Home Alone. You're wonderful. And then it turns out Marty can't come. You cancel the party.
In this business, in the world of comedy, there's nobody faster.
You used to do circus work. I was a freak for a while.
There's nobody smarter.
Just because the eyes are so dull doesn't mean that there's not a machinery of wheels clicking away.
There's nobody funnier.
Say something funny.
Oh, you were the guy.
I feel like he could improvise to eternity, couldn't he?
There's only one way out, so we should jump. For heaven's sakes, the fool will kill us, I must say.
Love him.
I'm in the greatest profession in the world. I'm so damn lucky. How do I keep it going?
And there, of course, Larry Kasdan. Hi, Larry.
In life, sometimes you hit a green light, and sometimes for no
Martin
reason
Short
it's
is
red.
still alive.
Mom died
just
and
watched a
Dad's
clip of
health
him.
went fast. And I just was overwhelmed with, I can't do it. I can't do it. We had a speed dial to the funeral parlor.
Yes.
But there were laughs during those years. But that's the point.
Being a dad, it's as genuine as his breath.
Marty operates at the speed of joy.
Should I pick the kids up?
Oh my God. Oh my dear Lord in heaven.
Marty showed me it's very important how you carry yourself through all of these experiences. Marty is good at life.
Did you hear they were making a documentary about Martin Short?
Yeah, well, they're making a documentary on everyone. Literally every human being that existed.
Not a joke. I know so many people are like, I watched this trailer and I went, oh no. Oh no, Marty. Because it does kind of give documentary honoring someone's life because they have passed. But no, thank God Martin Short is still with us. The Caroline special now is anytime she covers this. I know. Anytime I cover celebrity, people are like, oh no. they're gone. Because of how often I do the tributes on stream after a noteworthy person is passed. So now I have to be like, just to clarify, so-and-so is not dead. Like David Attenborough. Yeah, David Attenborough is still alive. He's just 100 years old. And so that's why we're revisiting his legacy. I've learned someone was dead from you so many times. Yes, people also continue to find out for the first time even long after someone has passed. Like I'll say, oh, when Val Kilmer died, and people are like, Val Kilmer died? It's like anytime I mention someone's name who has passed and I mention that they have passed, there is at least one person in the chat who's like, not me, just finding out that this person has died. Okay, see, now some of y'all are trolling. Some of y'all are trolling. I thought the reason you were watching David Attenborough stuff is because he had passed. No, he's never going to die. He's never going anywhere. Okay. Okay. Bear with me for a second here. Did you see Snape died? You mean Alan Rickman? Yes. And then there are other people who you go, they're still alive? You're like, Clint Eastwood is still alive? Mel Gibson is still alive? Donald Trump is still alive? I think Donald Trump is not long. And okay, let me actually, for my FBI agent, I'm not saying because I know something or that I'm going to do something. This is just me assessing the fact that every time we see a photo of Trump, he looks like a rotting corpse. So I'm choosing to believe that, in fact, evil does die. And I don't think Donald Trump is long for this world. This is what I will say. Okay, anyway. I'm trying to open Steam and my computer doesn't work. And earlier my computer was kind of broken. So I don't know what to do. Yeah, I can't use the search bar. I can't use anything. It was all breaking earlier. I have been restarting it. So I can't open. You can't log in. No, it's that I can't open anything. I can't open Task Manager because I can't open the Windows thing. Will's also having issues on the server trying to watch Survivor. I don't even know. It's not the internet, I will say. It's not the internet. I feel confident in saying that. It's like when I try to hit the start thing, that doesn't pop up. When I try to hit the search button, earlier I couldn't open OBS. I couldn't open my Chrome was going crazy. It was like this. Control Shift. Wait a sec. Control. I can't really do that with my nails. No, Steam's not even. Okay, now what? I open up Task Manager? No. Steam? Okay, I have Task Manager open, but it's not letting, like, it's not like Steam is open for me to close. Like, I just can't. I probably need to restart my computer again, but I don't want to do that because I'm live. Maybe end all the Steam processes. Can you open it as an admin? We'll just have to play games IRL. That's right. Wanna play a game? Wanna play a game? Okay, let me show you here. Okay. So where do I go? Like there's no, do I run a new task? What is all this shit? Like, do I run this? I don't know what that, I don't know what that is. Detail. Oh my God. No. It's not open. It's Adobe. I have never used Adobe. How is it Adobe? Create. I see the problem. Creative Cloud and all Adobe. So, okay, all of this, I go end. Adobe Desktop Service? What is this? What happens if I click this? Okay. I literally don't know what any of this is. Okay, so what now? And then this will help me open up. No, it's still not letting me click on the Windows or the start button or the search bar. I don't know. Were you video editing recently? No. Not at all. Oh no, there's too many people telling me too many things. Just search Explorer. Oh, I don't have Explorer though. No, if I restart, it's gonna. I'm too stressed out. If I restart that, then it's gonna restart my computer, right? No? Okay. Something's happening. Okay, now that made it worse. Now none of the things are in the bar on my computer. Uh-oh. Is it because it's restarting? Okay. It just popped up. No, it's still not working. It's not letting me go into the search bar or here, see? See how I can't click on that? Or I can't click here? I think I just have to totally restart the computer. Again. No, I don't know. Click on Run New Task. Then click Browse. Then go to C, Program Files. Okay, wait. Run New Task. Browse. Then go to C. Program files will look for the folder that contains what? Steam? Oh, okay, wait. Windows C. Okay. And then go program files. What the hell? Valve? There's no... I'm sorry, there's too many people who are telling me too many things. Nico. Nico, I'm trying to figure out why I can't click on my search bar or open this to try to open Steam. And I have over 2,000 people giving me tech advice at one time. See, so now I'm in Windows C program files. It might be under the 86. Program files 86. Okay, so should I just like copy paste this? Oh my God, it's all corrupt, girl. It really is all corrupt. Other program files folder. This one. Okay, this one. Okay. Steam. So how do I open it? Girl, you're going to give up shit you wouldn't want to give out. There's not anything. I don't have like porn and shit. I'm not one of these guys who it's like, oop. Oh shit. No, it's like what is any of this stuff? Okay, wait, has Nico said anything? Nico's asking if you want him to fix it. Well, I'm in the Steam folder. There's a file in this folder called Steam right here. No items match. All right. I can't figure this out. No, not the folder. Oh my God. The icon. Okay. Is that working? Yeah! Woo! Oh my God, we did it. All of us did it together. All of us did it together. Oh my gosh. I don't understand what this shit is. So I guess after I end stream, all of us did it. I didn't say anything. I guess after I end stream, I should restart my computer so that I don't have to do this next time. Speed, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Thank you. Thank you. And everyone for all the tech support that we got. N-Train, thank you for those bits. Sorry, I missed that. Kaylee, thank you for the bits. Kate, thank you for the bits. Oh my gosh. Are there things on my computer that are killing my computer? I think there are. Probably yes. I think I should do a full shutdown once I end stream. Literally the user or just the user in front of. Wait, are you shading me? Hold on. Is that shade? The user isn't me? Wait a second. It's true. It's true. It's true. I had a freak out the other night because I am the type of person who my whole life, when I don't understand something, I will read. I will throw myself into books. I will learn something. This kind of stuff, I can't do it. No matter how much I try and understand, no matter how much I mean, I probably could do more, but there are just a lot of things involving tech that I cannot figure out no matter how much I try. I don't get it. All that book learning didn't help. I know. What the fuck? Totally fair. It gets complicated. Sometimes Nico will explain things to me and I'll try to keep up because it's one of those, I use this phrase all the time and it's probably annoying at this point. Teach a man to fish, right? Teach a woman to fish. Give a woman a fish, she'll have fish for a day. Teach her to fish, she'll have fish for the rest of her life. Whatever. The parable from the Bible. It stresses me out more when I'm even trying to understand how to fish. Like sometimes I will even tell Nico, okay, I'm going to record what you're saying so I can listen back to it. Yeah. I don't know. It's like when you watch something on TV and you don't get it the first time, then you watch it again and you're like, yeah, I still don't get it. Yeah, I still don't understand. That's from the Bible. Isn't it from the Bible? I don't know. I when I don't know where something is from, I just go, I think it's from the Bible. I think it's from the Bible. A lot of pre-built PCs come with really shitty malware like programs. Also, Windows does stupid shit all the time and breaks. You might need to update it, but even the native Windows updater will sometimes misdrive. Like, I don't even know what a driver is. Like, of a car? I still don't understand drivers. Whatever. You're not really getting a full update. Sorry for the book report. Sometimes either Nico or David or other tech people will say something and they'll be like, David was explaining things that Hassan had on his computer. He's like, oh my God, I can't believe he had this. I think it was like McAfee, whatever that McAfee thing is. And I went, and he goes, yeah, once you have stuff like McAfee on, it's just really annoying, can be hard to get rid of. And I'm like in the kitchen with the laptop and the McAfee thing pops up. And I was like, oh yeah, I can't believe Hassan had that. What an idiot. In my defense, I don't know how the fuck McAfee ended up anywhere. I'm like, I didn't agree to McAfee. I didn't do this. I don't think. There's a lot of things that I'm like, I didn't do this. And then I'm sure if you were to flash back to a moment of me just be like, click, download, click, install content. Although I do think that was pre-installed. Yes, that was pre-installed. So, honestly, that wasn't really my fault. A lot of PC stuff is not my business. That's how I feel too. I'm like, you know what? None of my business. I don't need to know that. I don't need to do that. Bohemian Basket Case, thank you for the 5 months. You look really amazing today. Truly beautiful and hope you're having a nice day. Well, thank you. I'm in my comfy all brown outfit. Okay. Now I have Steam open. Let's do some gaming. I know that some people had recommended if I wanted to take a little break from Red Dead Redemption, mixtape. A lot of people are playing that. Otherwise, I'm not really playing anything else. Crab game? What the hell is crab game? Is it a game where you're a crab? Do you crab rave? You know who recommended mixtape is Sam also. And I usually listen to her Rex. Kind of an interesting. Is this the fish quote? Okay, so this was not in the Bible. Give a man to fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Where did this come from? Then what's up with the fish? Oh, that's the... Wait, what's the fish thing in the Bible? Isn't there a fish thing in the Bible? Loaves and fishes. The Bible definitely had a story with fish. The origin of this is highly contested. I've seen claims that the adage is Chinese, Native American, Italian. Don't do Italian erasure here. Indian or biblical. Sometimes it's linked to Lao Tzu, Maimonides, Maimonides, or Mao Zedong. Would you please? Okay. I feel like there's probably some version of this that's in a lot of different cultures and a lot of different texts. So, all right. I think what I'm going to do is play some of this mixtape. I heard it's only, 3 hours long? So that's not too bad. I'm obviously not going to play the whole thing tonight. Monday gaming sesh. Best gaming community on the platform. Best gamer on the platform. Best gamer on the platform. Best gamer on the platform. That's me. That's a me. It's a me, Mario. It's a me. An 8-hour stream? Hell no. It's maybe 4 hours. No, I also don't want to play the whole thing unless it ends up, is this one of those fucking 12 minutes games? Is this a 12 minutes game? No? Okay. Good. Oh my God. See, and why is this like broken? Oh! Hello? How do I get rid of the bar at the bottom again? It's by the same publisher. Oh God. Why can't I hear anything? Best experience on a controller. Alt enter. Nope, that's not it. F11. Nope. Alt enter. Why is that being... See, something is up with this bar. Alt enter. See, even when I think it's stuck. Yeah, try alt tab. I think it's bugged. I think that's why I was having issues with this earlier. Maybe full screen it from the game. Okay, let's do subtitles on. Show speaker name. Video. Okay. Ambiance. Windows is pooping its pants. It's all, I think it's already full screen. Okay, I think that's just kind of how it's gonna be. What if I do that? At least. That looks a little... Controller recommended. Okay. Hello? Ah! That was scary. Whoa. Okay. I didn't expect that to be like that. The game is Windows.
The compact disc delivers crisp, high-fidelity audio.
My fucking God, that is so loud. In your video settings, it's windowed. In your video settings, windowed full screen. So if I go to full screen... Full screen, apply changes. Yay!
Audio in a portable form factor.
I feel like that is still so freaking loud.
With a 16-bit signal and a staggering 74 minutes of playtime, it's the sound of the future. Make memories to good music. Invest in quality headphones. Always make a soundtrack, because pretty soon you won't be listening to music. You'll be listening to who you were. Tonight's playlist is important. It's a retrospective of greatest hits to accompany our last night together in the Big Suck.
Raise your head. Top right. place in 1890.
Treachery! Subterfuge!
Grab on! We'll take you over the bridge!
You giddy bitch! Tonight, we're invited to Camille Cole's beach party.
Oh,
it's the
shit.
tits, it's the jam. Everyone's gonna be there. College kids, rich kids, athletes, horse girls, skaters. It's teenage high society. Right now, we have no booze, but we do have some weeds. We'll start at my house, then on to Cassandra's, pre-drinks at our secret hideout, then arrive beachside at 9:45.
Is this a horror game?
It could be one of our greatest hits.
No?
Was that Kyle driving?
Oh, am I driving again?
Thought he was
Fuck.
playing football at Colorado.
Maybe he's going to the party.
Think he can buy us some vodka?
I'll ask him.
Depends on how terrifying you find the prospect of teenage head. Well,
Hey, Kyle!
I kind of thought I was the shit
Kyle,
when I was a
buy
teen.
some vodka?
Oh, hey, Kyle.
I think he heard me. Your folks home?
My dad's home, yeah.
Lame.
Yo, look at this. Look at this spin flip. It's a music game.
I thought we were riding together.
I didn't want to get all sweaty and shit.
Fair.
Oh, fuck. That'd be F. Y.
You know the music
We need to
that
bring
plays
back
before a
secret
concert?
handshakes.
Bands always use the same playlist when they're setting up the stage. That's because it's a countdown. Roadies know when their jobs begin, when they finish, and when the playlist ends, the show begins.
We don't do them like
This
we used
playlist,
to.
the one you'll be hearing today, is a countdown to my last night in Blue Moon Lagoon.
Blue Moon Lagoon.
You're still going through with this?
Afraid so. I leave for the airport at 6 a.m.
You've ruined our road trip.
I know this.
What's the name of this woman who's tearing us apart?
Bella Deltone.
So you fly to New York, you give this woman your mixtape, and what, she just hires you?
After she listens to the mixtape, yeah. I'll become the world's foremost music supervisor.
What's a music supervisor?
It's a great question, Slater.
Excellent question.
Imagine before you all the music of
This is a game for music.
What's that stuff?
A mixtape from Colin Bruce?
No way, Loverboy!
Yeah.
No way, I'm
He gave
buying
me
it
this after
immediately.
the
It's on
incident.
sale right now.
I totally forgot about it.
Put it on.
No, it's not on today's playlist.
Put it on.
Put it on.
Oh, come on.
To Stacy from Colin. God, I miss the love language of making
This should do it.
a tape or a CD for someone.
My first kiss was with Colin Bruce. I didn't like
No
Colin
one
at all,
yearns.
but he was accessible, and honestly, I just wanted to get it out of the way. It was everything I hoped it wouldn't be. The mixtape he made me is entitled Music That Explains How You Make Me Feel, and the opening track is the 10-minute instrumental Odyssey Galaxy Interior by Alice Coltrane, released in 1971. Totally ruined it for me.
Oh no, it sounds kind of like a dreamboat. Yeah, people don't make mixtapes anymore. Ew! Oh God, I have to control these tongs? No, no, enough. Ew, making out is so gross. Making out is so gross. Song was great though.
That's enough.
You could put it off, you know, going to New York.
Oh, that's
My
what
cash is
sold you.
spent. The
Leo?
time is
Yep.
now. If I have to get a job here, shit.
There's an
I can't
achievement if
work
you
in
do
the
it for
fucking
60
kayak shack.
seconds. Gross.
The radio's on smooth hits 24/7. I drown myself.
She's such a music snob. I mean, she's the
Slater.
greatest though.
Chaw.
The
You
greatest
think you'll
to
ever
do it.
cut your hair?
You know, people say cutting your hair is not metal. But you know what's not metal?
What?
Caring about people's hair.
Ah, true.
So true, dude. Not metal at all. That's facts, bro.
Aerodisc portable turntable. More aesthetic than high fidelity. Gets the job done.
I wonder how she'd feel about my music tastes. She'd probably be like, she should be tortured to death. Remember when?
I don't think I've ever seen you without headphones on.
God,
It's
am I
stupid.
look.
It's not stupid. I'm just curious.
Most of the time, if I don't have music on, I get the panic.
What's the panic?
Like, time feels like it's drifting by. I feel like I'm wasting something.
So you try and block it out?
It's not like that. Sometimes I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to be feeling. Some days I feel nothing at all. But you pick the right song, it holds you in the moment, gives it meaning. Because the music's going somewhere and you're going with it.
So true.
Oh, I got
So
you this. You know, as a gift.
Sick. It's got skulls on it. Thank you.
Hey! Hey, are you gonna pay for that?
Life.
You know how to jet?
To what?
Jet!
Just a little 5-finger discount.
We got supplies for tonight. I got deodorant, eye clear, mouthwash.
I got some rolling papers. I got a
Oh,
yo-yo.
hell yes.
What's a yo-yo?
You know, you spin it up and down.
Oh, like an actual yo-yo. I thought it was code.
For a second, I was like, wait, we had yo-yos in the 90s. That's kind of all we had.
This is our graduation road trip. Or, it was. We've been planning it since we met Cassandra freshman year. From Blue Moon Lagoon to the Sea Glass Museum, a bunch of other crappy places, down through West Hollywood to check out the Vinyl Countdown in Hot Rocks,
Hell
finishing
yes.
outside Cassandra's college for orientation. I'll be in New York this time tomorrow. Slater and Cass are leaving without me. This has been the cause of much friction.
Much friction, dude. Okay, let's see. Hot Rocks, Asp Pit, Scotch and No-No, Coco Loco, The Bard, The Castle, Wasp Den, The Sticky Floor, ooh, The Red Door. Hell yeah. God, I remember when a road trip was just when I was younger and a road trip when I first started taking them, it was like the coolest thing ever. Yeah, we would use maps and get hella lost. It's boozing time.
Is this all you've got? No dubs? No De Bortolini's Pinot Grigio?
Dude, I just bought a plane ticket. I'm broke as shit.
Weak.
Camille Cole's in the new Mariah Carey film clip. Met her and everything.
Huge if true.
When were you talking to the Camille Cole?
She called Jenny's sister.
Jenny fucking Goodspeed? Ugh.
Camille Cole is, what, 3 years above us?
Yeah, my sister's year.
Camille Cole told me your sister's freaking wild. We should raid her room for booze.
Maybe.
She's way cooler than you. She'll have booze.
You had gas money? Well, this is back when gas was a lot cheaper. God, that was so old sounding of me. Back in my day.
I smiled for every photo before
This
junior
cost
year.
a
But then Slater
nickel.
made me metal.
Back in my day, gas, they would pay you.
I smiled for every photo before junior year.
They would pay
but then
you
Slater
to
made
get
me metal.
gas. As a way of saying
Vague,
thanks.
brown, of unknown origin.
back in my day.
My hair care products are filth and malevolence.
Back in my day, gas was so cheap 3 months ago. Remember when gas wasn't $100 a gallon? Yeah, back in my day, gas was $4, not $6.
EM17 boombox. Taped a lot of radio on this thing. Now relegated to the hallway. The Rockfords. Me, Sister Debbie, Dad, John, and Mom, Susan.
Mom's
if we
a-
had a TV
Mom's a-
show, our
Mom's a
theme would be
baddie.
People Are People by Depeche Mode. Make of that what you will.
It's weird being in your sister's room.
I know. I never come in here.
Who's the guy who hands out joints? Barry something? You gonna be at the party tonight?
Caleb and Corey are going, so he'll probably tag along. You were in my dream a couple of nights ago.
Oh.
Were we doing it?
No, we were trying to buy plants. Like, potted plants.
Wow.
We're so
Then we were in the gym when we
boring.
lost the plants.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Lame.
Lame.
And then we did it.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
My sister is a professional boat person.
It's just so quiet in here. I hate that. It's locked. I know why you are here. I'm locked. The key is close.
Mysterious. Cool.
A game.
Just like your sister.
Shut up.
The key is close.
It's just so quiet in here.
I've disappeared like a
I hate
ghost. Where am I? I'm back.
Oh god, Jenny fucking Goodspeed is in this photo. She haunts me.
What's your problem with Jenny?
She haunts me.
No, no way.
I did it last time.
I look like a child. I can't hand over money with these little hands. Slater, you do it. You're the one with the mustache.
Ew. Oh
To be
god.
honest, I appreciate what you're saying about my stash. It is a wilderness, but no. Today, Cass rides the lightning.
This is a horror game.
Fine.
Yeah, I will try and make the grandest slushy ever.
As will I. I got a few recipes. Watch and learn.
Pour.
Bubblegum.
Blue Crush.
Blue Crush. Cherry.
And
Touch more cherry.
oh, there's so many flavors.
Grape. Lime.
Damn.
Electric orange. I'd up this one, Goblin Techno.
It could turn the world of slush recipes on its head. Okay, stand aside.
know that
Once
shit
I
slaps.
was the apprentice, now I am the master. Cola.
Cola.
Are we too hard on Cassandra?
Nah, she can take it.
Chair.
Should I just give him all cola?
Be a slave.
Yes, drink the cola.
This is called Ice Wizard, attorney at law.
I tip my hat to you, sir.
Wait, that would go so hard right now.
revolution.
I could use one of those. Actually, a goated combo.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey Jenny, we're making slushy recipes. It's like sport.
Cool.
Were you out front of the Cineplex last night?
Oh yeah, I saw something with aliens. It was boring. Close Encounters 3?
Oh, what a soundtrack, huh? All the time.
I don't really listen to the music. I just watch it.
I know everything I need to know about you.
Oh, did someone draw on your shirt?
Slater's voice reminds me of the California skit.
It's a wizard.
the fire
Engulfed in the
god.
celestial aura.
That's so cool.
Hey, Jenny.
Cassandra.
Jenny.
These are hot.
Oh my god, thank you.
Are you gonna come with us to Mickey's?
I'll try and convince my dad. It's a maybe.
Be there. Nice to see you.
God, I hate Jenny fucking Goodspeed.
Goddamn Jenny.
Why do I hate
Goodspeed.
Jenny fucking Goodspeed? I got my reasons.
Yeah, I get it now.
I've got us getting to the party at 9:45. Do we deem this a cool arrival time?
Sounds cool.
Yeah, unless you bail on us just before we leave.
I'm not above hoofing you out the window.
Try it.
Oh wait, I forgot we're looking for the key. It's gotta be in here.
A concert ticket. I wonder who is playing.
$16.45.
Must be in here somewhere.
Jenny with the good hair. God, there's so many things in this drawer. Oh, I see. Wait. Oh. Fuck. Oh, I have to. Oh, if I hold it, I see. It's right there. Nope. It's not. Look, this is a complicated game. Come on, man. Where's this freaking key, dude? Oh! So violent. Don't copy. Where the frick haven't I looked? There's something up here.
Found it. Oh, crashing waves at the Coliseum. What a show.
I thought I was looking for
Damn.
the key.
I wish we could have gone.
We did go.
I didn't go.
Yeah, we went with Rockford's sister, Big Rockford.
It was
I kept
before we
looking
hung
for a
out.
key.
Huh. What did you guys even do before I came along?
Oh, you know, just hung out at the mall a lot.
I've got like $8 left.
No, I got it. So, let's get real ugly.
booze.
Stacy, if you're reading this, it means you're rifling through my closet for booze.
It's true.
Wait, why do I
knew
recognize
would
this
come.
voice?
I saw it in a dream. And so I have placed this letter here for future Stacy to tell her this. Your time in Blue Moon Lagoon will not last forever. Life changes
No, I
quickly.
recognize like the
Leave
voice
nothing
itself.
unsaid. I'll call you from New York. I love you, and you're gonna be fine. Kisses, kitten. P.S. For booze, check attached photo.
Whoa.
Look at that stash.
Where is it? The Ritz? Yeah. It's a clue, I guess.
We've been to the Ritz 1,000 times. There's nothing there.
Obviously,
Or is
it's
there?
hidden. She must have left more clues.
Another mystery from Debbie Rockford. It's like when she gave us the map.
Yeah, the map. Wow. How long ago was that?
3 years ago. The day she left.
And didn't come back. And never was seen again. And now we get into the horror.
We've got a ways to go.
Where did she leave the map?
On my desk.
You sure your sister left it?
I mean, the morning she leaves for college, the map appears.
This is the booze quest.
Damn, your sister's cool. What do you think it leads to? Booze?
Feels a bit elaborate to just leave
There's
the
gotta
booze.
be some booze.
Porn?
Ew. Why would she leave me porn?
Well, there's a porn stash in a bush out past left field at the Belmont Diamond.
And you've seen it?
It's like a man thing to say.
It's of a poor quality.
And
It's like our sisters
all
didn't
just
show
sit
us
around looking
porn
at it
in
with
the
your
way
boner
that your
sticking
older
out?
brother showed you
It's
porn.
not like that. It's a rite of passage, a glimpse into the seedy underbelly of suburban America.
Gross. We don't get outside much.
There's
We're
always
outside all
porn
the
in the
time.
woods.
What, like in alleys and bus
There's always
stops?
money in
Yeah.
the banana stand.
I'm not made for this Rocky Mountain High shit. I'm a docile, lowlands creature.
I could get into a hike.
I don't own
There
shorts.
actually was always porn in the
Slater,
woods.
are shorts metal?
I think cargo shorts are.
Is industrial military-derived clothing metal, though?
I don't fucking know.
Where else are you supposed to jork it? Well, your secret spot in the woods is just actually a lot of people's secret spot.
There's a fucking
There was
train
always
down
like a creepy ass shed with it. Like it wasn't just porn.
I
It was
wanna
like
investigate.
here's a very creepy looking, dilapidated shed with porn.
You ever think about buying a motorcycle and just going wherever the road takes you?
Yes.
I hate motorcycles.
Sure, but like a car or whatever.
No, I don't think you understand my stance on bikes.
I got my motorcycle
I want to
license.
make this clear.
Tell me all about it.
Then I never
It's not
rode.
just that motorcycles aren't for me, okay? Bikes suck on a philosophical level. The loud ones, anyway.
Why? Bikes are hot.
No, they're not. They're lame. It's all about the privilege of loudness.
Okay.
Loudness is earned. You're a singer on
I
stage,
do love
you're a politician or
motorcycles.
someone. There's a situational awareness to loudness. There's circumstance to it because loudness is a rare and precious commodity. Right?
Right.
Not everyone gets to be loud. You gotta earn it. But motorcycles, they buy loudness, and thus, they suck.
Wow. Okay.
Why'd you get it? Because I wanted to,
You know,
A road trip would be awesome.
I wanted to ride a bike
Just
in
us
LA,
three.
or so I thought.
I'm down.
We could go wherever we wanted. I'm there.
Yeah, to pick up chicks. Do you remember how? No, I would need to retake the course anyway. Did you commodify loudness?
What a summer, huh?
It's gonna last 1,000 years.
I think we're supposed to go all the way to the far side of the fields.
Well, should we float out there? Start a new life?
Let's waste an afternoon.
It's never a waste.
Leaping through this gorgeous expanse. I want to do this. Here we go! The wind, This is awesome. Makes you wish Northern Cal was real, I know.
Yeah.
We're gonna live forever. We're never gonna die. Just frolicking through the woods with my friends. I wish I could fly. Redding and Eureka has this, just ignore the crack. No, they add to the ambiance. Oh my god! Y'all fly in your dreams? Will claims he flies every night in his dreams. Is it every night? You don't have like the every once in a while teeth falling out dream? He's like, no, I can lucid dream, and every day I drift off to sleep, I picture myself flying. Is it every night? The juxtaposition of my dreams with Will's. Mine, there's like, just like 99% nightmare.
Whoa.
This man is just flying peacefully.
No way. It's the fucking Ritz.
Yeah, but shitty. Filthy. Like us.
But is there booze?
This could be our
It's the
kingdom.
porn shack.
We could get fucked up here. I can't believe she never told me about this. Maybe she thought I'd squeal.
You've got to throw a party.
No. We can't tell anyone.
Why not?
As soon as one loser talks, that's it. Every parent starts looking for their shitty kid here.
Right on. What is coolness if not exclusivity?
Exactly,
My sister
dude.
trusted us with this place. This is our bit of the big suck. No one can know about it.
Totally.
I will take it to my grave.
Yeah, teeth falling out is when you feel anxious. Let's go.
It's time. Say adios to my house, amigos.
I love how being a teen is just, we can get fucked up here. I say that as if that's what I was doing as a teen. I definitely was not. But other teens, every place, the potential to get fucked up.
This is Monochrome by British group Lush off their second album, Spooky. It's a fat whale of a song. Lush were one of the first bands to be called shoegaze. It's heavy, but it's nonchalant, like my friend Cassandra. Cass was pretty tame up until freshman year. Then she chose rebellion. I remember it well.
She chose rebellion.
Yeah?
My dad said I shouldn't hang out with you.
Who's your dad?
He's a cop.
Oh,
Ew.
sweet reputation.
He thinks you're the ones who spray painted the Reagan statue. That you're shoplifters.
Yeah, because it was super based.
And that makes you want to hang out with us? Is that right?
I've decided to disappoint my parents.
Dope.
This year, I want to ride a flaming stallion of delinquency.
Yes, girl.
What's your name again?
Hey, go eat a dick!
She's like,
Cassandra
I would like to
shows
be
great
a
promise.
rebel.
Camille's party's at the beach.
Whoa.
Do we need towels?
Gore!
Why, you gonna go swimming?
I'm not planning on it.
I never plan my swims. They're all spontaneous.
Does a beach party imply swimming?
I think it's a constant threat.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. Ah! I love how chill she is, and I'm like, ah!
You bombing the whole hill?
Too late to turn
Yeah!
Go, 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 go! Thank you!
This is insane.
Coming through.
Oh my God! Just death.
Cut through the alley. On the right.
Gone too soon. How do I grind? I'm a... Oh. How many times can I die while skateboarding?
Whoa, go, go!
Oh my God, I'm scared.
Stick the landing!
This is insane. She skated through all this development. I'm too scared to even do tricks. See? That's what happens when I do tricks. Death.
Which way did you go? Through the new estate.
God, I cannot. I can't skateboard. And this is why you don't skateboard, kids, because you will die 1,000 times.
You know, I got a good feeling about tonight. It's gonna wail.
I trust your vibrations.
I do have a certain aura about me, don't I?
The thickest aura. I told you when I tried to skateboard as a child.
We're now crossing Little Mill Creek, perfectly timed to coincide with Deep Space Scan by Curtis Dunn, who released one incredible album, then disappeared into the ocean. We listened to Deep Space a lot when we first started hanging out and wasting time. Not far from here.
All right. I think I'm going to pause here. And pick it back up tomorrow. Radical, dude. Radical. That was vibey. That was vibey. Very nostalgic. And as I said, the anti-Will Neff game. Not his type of game at all. But I thought that was a vibe. He said he's going to play it. Yeah, right. Yeah, freaking right. You know what? If he were to play it, if you were to try it, less than 20 minutes. I would be so shocked if he made it past 20 minutes. Did he play the quarry? No, the thing is, he doesn't like QTE games. And he doesn't like games that are pretty much narrative games with little gameplay. And the gameplay that there is not complicated. Well, not for everyone. It's more of an interactive story, which usually, unless he is so into the story, which he's very particular about. I know he loves movies. It's confusing. He's very particular when it comes to games and games that he plays on stream. He's going to go on a tirade about the writing. He'll definitely have his thoughts, and those thoughts will be strong. Yes, I loved What Remains of Edith Finch. Absolutely loved that. This is better than Corey No Offense to Corey. I'm just saying, knowing all the elements of this game and the elements of games that he typically does not like, this really just seems like one he will hate. He'll get bored. That's what I think it is. He'll be like, I'm bored. That's it. Maybe I'll be wrong. We'll see, but I don't think I am. Games like this are fun when you're in for the ride. I think, I think if you know that it's a very vibe-heavy game and you just kind of, it's one of those that's really, really great to play late night when you're just kind of chilling, you know? Like right now, like this time of night. I truly knew nothing about this. I didn't know anything about this either. And tried it blind and loved it. Yeah, it's super fun. Should I go on Farian tomorrow? Looks like they couldn't get an A-list guest for their special episode. And now they're coming to old Carol. They're like, so we couldn't get these 500 famous people, but you're our queen. You are A-list. Yeah, but they do these podcasts so freaking early so that Hassan can get to his stream. I'm gonna be like, look, if I'm coming on, I'm not doing 9 a.m. I am not doing 9 o'clock. Hassan can be late to his stream. I am simply not getting up that early to do a podcast. There are exceptions to that rule, but I am simply not getting up that early to do the podcast. Fear and. I thought they did them at night. No, they do it. There's never actually been a set day and a set time. It's always whatever. And I will say though, they do them in the morning more. They do them in the morning more now because Hassan is too tired at night after streaming. He is checked out. So they switched to the morning because he's more energetic then. And I actually think it is better. Also funny how he always claims he has to end stream early to do the pod, even if he's doing it in the morning. Oh, yeah. Liar. Also think of it as covering for Cutie. She needs it. Yeah, you know what? Yes. And she did ask if I would help out. And I said, of course. Of course. All right. I'm going to send you all to Sad Girl. I will see you tomorrow. Oh, I didn't post my schedule for the week. Okay, I'm going to post that as soon as I'm done with stream. I don't know if you take game suggestions, but Journey is a masterpiece that you probably would love. It's pretty short, but a great experience. I don't think I haven't played that. I'm trying to think if that's been recommended from other people. People recommend games all the time. I'm just very slow. You and Sam doing Journey would be fun. Yeah, we still need to find a game to play together. Oh, Mystico, thank you for the raid. All right, y'all. We need another like a way. I know. Everybody think of other games like A Way Out. Or we should just play it again.